You tweet us out?
I did tweet. I don't know. Let me just check. Hello, everybody. Oh, there it is. Post. Now I tweeted. Hi, everybody. How are you doing today? Oh, this is awesome.
Flawless start with no hiccups.
Listen, I did not get myself a water. I did not get myself a coffee. I have not had dinner, and I didn't pee. Because
Scott, why are you snitching on yourself? What are you doing?
Well, so Rory had a sleepover last night because the poor thing has been, just watching her parents not sleep and deal with a newborn. And so we had sleepover, and I was supposed to pick her up from her friend's house at 5 p.m. She was ready to be picked up at 7 p.m. So then I had to race back here and then start getting stuff. And anyways, so it was the whole thing. But hi, everybody. How are we doing? What's up? I'm not announcing anything over there anymore, Snaga, because that server is dying. It is on the outs, so I'm not worried about announcing over there.
Like Scott's hairline.
My hairline is exactly the same as it was. Check
I don't know, man. After a
couple
couple weeks, I see a little bit more up here than I remember seeing. Also, you're welcome, Razman.
Check the videos from 2016.
I got my head shaved today, Scott. You're just joining good company soon.
I used to shave my head. I have pictures.
I give you 6 months of tops.
I should start, honestly.
What was that?
I should start shaving my head. Yeah.
All right, there you go.
Yeah.
Bald is beautiful, man.
Well, I mean, I won't disagree with you. I think what is sad is when people are clear, obviously balding, very obviously balding, but still try so hard. Like they grow extra long in the front, and I'm just like, there are people that are close to me. I won't say any names, but there are people that are close, and I'm just like.
Like legit comb overs, or
no, just leave it like very floofy, almost like perm style floofy, so you can't see it. But then as soon as their head is
bald
wet,
also opens up great conversation. I was getting my head shaved today, and the lady shaving my head was just very casual as she was talking to me. Shaved my head, started trimming up the beard, then all of a sudden she was talking about what I do for work, and I was like, oh, I do a podcast. It's like, oh, I thought about doing OnlyFans and stuff, and I was like, this is going places I didn't expect from my hairstylist. And so it made a very interesting conversation while I was getting my head shaved about how my stylist apparently wanted to flash her boobies on the internet. So
wasn't there
a power tour?
Wasn't there an Olympian that does OnlyFans or something like that? Wasn't that a thing that just came out recently? And
I know that there was a dude who lost because his dick got in his way.
That's right, the French guy.
Imagine that being, on your tombstone.
What?
This dick cost me a gold medal. Yeah, his he was doing pommel horse or one of the things, and if you touch one of the bars, you'd get deducted points, and his penis came into contact with it, and that's what he lost the point.
He was doing pull.
Oh my god!
And he set a precedent.
He vaulted the pole.
He set a precedent for future pole vaulting rules.
Yeah.
Where that's wild. Top higher.
Yeah.
No fucking way. Of all
medal, if my dick was smaller.
All the shit about the Olympics I've heard that I didn't care about, and I'm only just now hearing about this, man.
Listen, all I have to say, there's only one Olympian I care about. And let's go, Ray Gun! Woo! Yeah, Aussie bringing home the
Australian breakdancer.
Yeah.
Is she the first Olympian to get zeros across the board? Because it was.
I don't know. I think people have failed at diving and got higher scores than that. Failed to hit water and still got a 1.
You smack
for
the
effort.
concrete, they still give you 3. That hurt. That hurt enough to get a couple.
Oh, you tried. Here's how many broken bones you have.
Yeah. Oh boy.
Yeah.
So a lot has happened since we last had a session here, solos or otherwise. Obviously, we had to skip last week because
life's pretty much the same.
Yes. The same.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that's right. You're taking a vacation or something. That's right. How are you enjoying it?
I sleep occasionally, 1 hour, maybe 2 at a time.
I got 3 last night.
That's 3 in a row, all at once. Oh,
damn.
That's
freaking high life over
there. Anyway, so I'm happy to say that my daughter Gwendolyn was born and she has joined my family. So, in true nerd energy, we gave her a name that you would find in a comic book. Her name's Gwendolyn Gabrielle. So,
GG.
Yeah, it's funny actually. So GG is one of the nicknames, as an homage to a family member. But either way, So, yeah, very excited, very happy. I won't bore you guys with the details, but she's cute as fuck, and none of y'all can see her. What? Oh no! So you just have to trust me. Well, Wade's seen her.
I was gonna say I literally have seen her.
Yeah, you have. So, very, very few will. So, but anyways, cool. I won't bore you guys with that though. It's just dad shit. Jake and I can geek out off stream. Back to the campaign though. So we had some pretty fun session zeros, setting up some elements that I wanted to get to. I enjoyed it. I hope each one of you enjoyed how you've been able to kind of get familiarized with your character and put them in the world. I know at least one of you walked out of your session zero going, I played myself very differently than how I kind of anticipated. I saw them being one way and they came out another, and so on. But were each of you happy with how your session zeros went?
Yeah.
For the last like 30 minutes, and you betrayed everyone. Yeah.
None of my friends died. I
Mm.
didn't get my stuff back though. That's kind of.
I mean,
Yet.
I mean, are they really your friend if they're your employer? Isn't there like a power dynamic there that makes it so that they're not truly friends? You know what I mean? Like, can you really be a friend with your boss? Right?
I'll ask Dana.
Okay, there you go. Dana, can we really be friends? Or are you just pretending to be my friend for my sweet, sweet cash? You know? My gold pieces.
I have a former supervisor I'm still friends with, and he almost got in trouble because we were friends while he was still my supervisor.
Former supervisor, though. So now,
Well, he's former now.
Yeah. Now the
He's former
friendship's
now.
real. It wasn't real until it was.
Wait, then what did he get in trouble for? Huh?
Company policies. Fraternizing doesn't mean friendship. You can fraternize with people you don't like. I used to.
You know how you
specifically
know
got
that
in trouble
Koa-
because I was his buddy, as his manager called him, because his manager's a boomer.
I know Koa and Phil were friends because Koa didn't sleep with his wife or anything. I think his daughter was too young, but that's how you know they're good friends.
Is that how friendship works?
Yeah,
That's at least one of the bars you got to be above. I
that's
think,
at least 90% of the way there.
unless you're Drake, then.
Okay.
And we'll leave that there.
It's like, but then you get a tattoo, like some bitch apologizing, right? No.
Yeah, you just get him a face tat.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah. Exactly. All right. Cool.
I think we've made a reference to that beef on like every one of these sessions so far.
Yeah. I think
we did
now,
on the Friday show too.
I haven't listened to any of those songs in the past 2 weeks, but that's funny. Yeah, Philomena was only 2 years younger than because she's I want to say 16, the character is, and Koa is 18, but there's still, again, fantasy worlds, different concepts of XY. We're just not going to walk that path.
Going
We're just going to avoid all of that.
Yeah,
so
I think that's fair.
yeah, we're just going
I mean,
to.
if Scott had made her 18, then like all bets would be off. It'd be the same age.
Yeah.
But 16.
We're just gonna push that to the side and change the subject. So
Now in 2 years, she can marry an 80-year-old though.
I mean, in Louisiana, she can too. Right now, let's go.
I don't know about Louisiana. I'll just take your word for it.
I wish
Especially
it
if
was
it's a
specific to
grandpappy.
Louisiana.
I mean, I have no idea if it's specific Louisiana, but I just assume
It's not.
all those down there.
Tell you what, for
Yeah,
kids, she knew how to fucking butcher a pig. She cut that fucker up.
Yeah, that's true. Apparently she prefers the underground. What is it? Oh fuck, I messed it up. I was gonna say fuck the police, but either way, doesn't matter.
Oh,
played.
okay. I see where you're going, but
Yeah. But reference is being lost on tip of brain. So once again, pivot, change the subject. So our characters all had some fun or interesting endings to our individual sessions. So that's wonderful. Why don't we kind of pick up the session? We're already 10 minutes in. So let's start here. And Keegan, we're actually going to have you take focus at first. So
okay.
your character, when we last left off, was heading northward along the road, along the river, adjacent to the river, outside of Forvin, going towards Loshev. You knew it wasn't a particularly short journey, but it was going to be a much safer journey than you had experienced thus far. We had hoped that you had paid for some sort of a passage that would have brought you to safety, but unfortunately you were robbed of many of your belongings and left to... I mean, luckily they didn't do any violence to you, but they left you alone in the wilderness of a deer, where it's known that there are large predators that will stalk and potentially, kill individuals that travel alone that don't know what they're doing. You fit that MO, and so you were like, time to GTFO, grumble, 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 kick a rock out my toe, and head northward as quickly as you could. Eventually, you found your way to Forvin through adventure. Check the session 0. Your character's heading out of there. So travel along this road, trying to travel alongside or make friendly conversation with anybody you meet along the way, especially if there's a moment to break bread or gather news, et cetera, et cetera. You continue to do so. But you do notice, like, near the end of your journey, so not immediately after you, not immediately before you get there, it's like about 3/4 the way through your journey northward. There are some passers-by that, you give the typical, like, wide smile and a hail sign to get them to talk to you, and they like intentionally avert their eyes, only occasionally tossing a sideward glance at you, almost like a cautious glance, like worried that you might be up to no good, which you yourself makes you feel a little like, oh, okay, now I feel uncomfortable seeing this. Would you pursue those individuals any further as you hailed them and they kind of like went to go push past you relatively quickly, or would you leave it be?
He'd probably leave it. I imagine it's one of those things like he notices, but then like the moment to do something kind of passes it. It's like, now I'd actually be chasing them down. It kind of seems weird.
Yeah. And that's not the only opportunity he has anyways. This time around, there's, you actually see there's, say the word wagon as an overstatement. It's more of a large cart with goods on it. It's not exactly a covered, again, wagon would be an overstatement, more of a heavy draping of some fabric, effectively like an old school tarp thrown over the back of a cart, protecting whatever goods or belongings that are there. You can see that's being pulled along by, a few rather beat down looking horses being drawn along. But despite that, they actually have a person walking alongside them. So again, you give like the smile and the hail. They don't return it. They don't seem to be too interested either. And if you start getting the inkling of wanting to inquire or press the issue or say hello, you see there's an individual walking alongside this cart that after you kind of give the hail sign or what have you, they actually draw forward from their back, slung over their back. Granted, it's when you get close enough to see it, it's beaten, it's old, but a crossbow nonetheless. And they work the string hard enough to intentionally pull back the string and take out a bolt and knock the bolt into the kind of like arm it. They don't aim it at you or do anything so egregious, but they intentionally arm this thing and get it prepared as you're getting within, say, 80 feet or so of where it is. They give you a kind of a scowl from that distance, but again, okay. No greeting or anything like that. Do you press this one any further or similarly let them pass?
Yeah, he would have been a little bit more ready to try to engage this time. Probably didn't expect the readying of a weapon, but still, I forget. Am I alone?
Yeah.
Okay. And I'm so bad with names. Where did I just leave from?
Forvin.
Was it Forvin? Okay, thank you. So then, yeah, he would start with just like he kind of waves at that specific person. But then he keeps like the hands up to show he's like not brandishing a weapon. And he just says, "Hey, fellow adventurers, travelers at least. Not sure what you encountered that needs a knocked crossbow, but the way I came from is clear."
He interrupts you saying, "We don't want any."
He goes, "I'm not selling anything."
He points the crossbow in your direction, but clearly leveled low, so it's not like aimed directly at you, but more if the thing accidentally went off, it has a chance of hitting a leg. You know what I mean? Like, so definitely in your direction. And scowls at you harder. The two that are sitting in the that are riding the wagon side by side, probably business partners or significant others, whatever the case may be, they are intentionally averting their eyes, like trying to keep their eyes straight on the road, not looking at you at all. Go ahead, Keegan.
So yeah, he kind of takes like a little step like further away from them, And he just goes, "Whoa, wait! I'm a lone traveler. A loot, and this thing barely comes out of the sheath. I'm not a threat to you." Just seeing if that disarms him at all for a moment.
No, you're great. Why don't you go ahead and trigger the first roll of the campaign, of the official campaign. There's going to be a diplomacy check, but we all know this is going to be a hard one.
Yep.
Is there advantage in Pathfinder or anything?
There is. There are very few like class features or items or whatever it is that can give it to you, but generally speaking, no.
Okay.
Yeah,
that's not great.
That's not going to be good. No. So so you say this to them, what you call it, and at this point in time, the person actually, says to them up there as he stops and fully levels the crossbow directly at you and looks down it, like taking aim. He says to them, "Hasten," telling them to so you see them kind of to get the cart to move significantly faster down the road as they go to take off and. Again, not like sprinting by any stretch. It's a cart, but move maybe double the speed, enhanced, and he stops fully and takes aim at you and says, "Absurd, we don't want none."
As soon as he starts aiming at me, I'm running. I'm not sitting there waiting for him to talk.
So you
I'm getting off the center line.
Yeah. So turn. So obviously not gonna run past, right? You can turn and book into the woods.
Yes.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, probably straight diagonal into the woods, take cover in some trees.
Once you do that and you run into the woods a bit and take that cover into the trees, what have you, and you look back, you can see he watches after you a good bit, follows you with the crossbow. Once you break line of sight or whatever it is, lowers the crossbow and looks back after you for a couple extra moments, and he's like, "Yeah, that's right," kind of mouthing to himself, and then he'll turn and be like, "Ugh, damn it," and jog to catch up to the wagon, which is now moving much faster, as I said, so he has to jog to catch up to it. And eventually they're going to pass by where your line of sight is. Kind of what's going through poor Mikhail's head at this point.
When he realizes he's not about to be shot, then he's just trying to figure out what has them so spooked from where they were coming. So he's heading to Loshev. I assume that this road is straight there. I don't have the map pulled up, so...
Correct, it is.
So he's probably a little more wary now, worried that there's something on the road that freaked them the hell out enough that they'd shoot at a lone short dude walking on the road down there.
So as Mikhail eventually gets the courage to break free of the tree line and step back out fully into the sunlight and continue his journey, why don't you go ahead and, even if he does have a bit of extra grass stains or leaf stains, whatever, on him, to give a description, because this is actually session 1, a full description of your character, so everybody kind of see them in their mind's eye. But, of course, you will see images of the character both in the center bottom of the screen. You see a sketch version, and on the away screen, you see a full-up version. But go ahead, Keegan.
Mikhail is... he's pretty short. I think I put him at 5'7". So
God, that's 2 Dale.
He's not tiny, but he's short. Kind of swarthy, tan skin tone. He's got a pretty well kept beard. His hair is pretty, for a guy who's moving along the road, is also pretty well kept. It's definitely long, but he's got it pulled back into a short ponytail. His clothes are probably the thing that stand out the most on him, just because they look like well-worn, nice clothes. Maybe something that was handed down from someone else, and they looked much better at that time, but they've clearly been patched up and sewn back together and had some frayed edges repaired numerous times over their use. And now he's wearing them. He wears them pretty well. I'd say he's a pretty handsome dude. But they've obviously seen better days. And then he's got his loot and a rapier on his side, and he's probably got a backpack on.
So this dapper gentleman in what were once fine clothes, though have since, as you had said, been worn, repaired, worn, and repaired again, continues making his trek along the way. I'm gonna have you make another roll for me, real quick, Keegan. If you could go ahead and roll me a perception check.
Perception.
Just as several hours later into the travel, your character is making his way along. And eventually it gets so late that he's going to have to, look to find rest. It is getting late enough. His legs are getting sore, so on and so forth. And the road seems to be rather vacant where it is. He's going to find, because he doesn't know quite the distance to where it is he's going, so he's just going to pull up a spot to sit down and, find rest. And hopefully tomorrow, he thought he might be able to get there today, but hopefully tomorrow he can finally finish his journey. So the sun's getting low on the horizon and what have you when he starts setting up his little camp, getting a small fire going, boil off whatever water to get whatever cooking he needs to do for his evenings relaxing. Maybe a friendly person will join him on the road. It'd be nice to have conversation. It's been a couple of days since he's had to have that, since he's been able to have that, or maybe some food to swap to make the evening's meal a little bit more enjoyable. However, after you get the meal fully cooked and he's sitting down and starting to eat it, the sun is low enough on the horizon that it's almost properly dark where you are. And you can see off in the distance to the north, hey, there's actually light up ahead. Well, God damn it. If only I just kept traveling and didn't stop, I could have actually... By the time you're sitting down to eat, you may have actually been able to walk over the town line and been in there. And so he has to make the decision. Do I kick out the fire and get up and go now and, maybe toss my food out or grab a couple bites while I'm walking? Or do I just say screw it and stay till morning? Give my legs the opportunity to rest and walk in at this full morning light.
Traveling at night's usually bad, but he would always be a little wary of trying to stay out here by himself with whatever spooked those people. I guess I'll ask, do I know if there's any kind of general rule when it comes to entering a town at night? Is that...
especially in a deer, where each of these air quotes towns, if they're proper towns, not just like thorps or villages, they're going to have their own, they're like city states, right? They're going to have their own governance, their own rules for it. But generally speaking, no. If you're in a war zone or if you're in a heavily guarded region, like in Vala, it's pretty common that they're going to be very guarded in the evenings because they're kind of like the monster-laden area of Paradel, right?
Yeah.
But generally speaking, no. There might be extra guards, there might be questions, but you've never seen Loshev, but you'd be surprised if it even has a town wall.
Okay. That was going to be the next question, is do I know if it's walled or not?
Yeah, you'd be surprised if it was.
Well, it's probably a risk. So there's a chance even if he gets there, they turn him away, but it's unlikely. I wouldn't, but he would. So he'd probably just go, fuck it. Get up, kick out his fire, and pack up his things really quickly.
Yeah, he packs up his things. It takes a couple of bites while he's doing it. Probably whatever. Just trying to get whatever food you can in your belly, even if it's not particularly good. And as you start getting your things, as you're almost done getting your things together properly, getting ready to continue journeying north, you notice, but only just barely, people approaching you. By the time you notice them, because unfortunately you can't see that well at night, and you already kicked out your fire. You notice them kind of late. You notice that there are two figures, maybe three, in the darkness that have approached. And as they're approaching you, they haven't said anything until you notice them, and they're definitely within 50, 40 feet, something like that, of you. And what really catches your eye as you're seeing that, maybe even throwing up your hand to give some sort of a hail in the middle of your greeting or whatever you choose to do, you notice at least one of them has a sword out. And I do mean sword, like a proper blade. Not just some dagger or what have you.
Ah, wonderful.
Yeah.
Well, that's definitely not great. Is it clear that they also see me?
Oh, I mean, yeah.
It's pretty obvious.
Yeah,
okay.
yeah. So it's in the middle of your greeting, you would notice that. So.
Can I make out any other details? Uniform?
Not at the moment.
Yeah, okay, nothing like that.
Not from 40 feet away, not 40, 50 feet away, not at the moment. Humanoid shapes approach.
Ah, yeah. So he leaves one hand free, rests the other one on the hilt of the rapier, and he'll stop and pull back a bit, and say, I don't think any of us want any trouble, right?
And when you say that, you hear a voice respond saying, "That's what we were hoping to hear. Remove your hand from the hilt. Let's have words." And you can see that the two of them, because there are in fact three, do fan out. They all stay ahead of you, but definitely one goes fairly far to your left off the road, one goes fairly far to your right, staying on the edge of the road, and the other one approaches you, the one that had the blade out.
I drop my hand to the side of the rapier now.
Yep.
And go, oh, good. Did you come from Loshev?
We did, yes. And you're coming from?
Forvin.
How are things down by way of Forvin?
It was relatively quiet, though everybody heading from this direction seemed a little spooked.
So you've not heard?
I guess not.
We saw your fire. We saw it go out. Why did you camp here? You can now see in the dark, in the darkness, now that they're close enough and your eyes have like settled in and properly settled on them, you can see that of the three forms that are there, the one that fanned out to your side, kind of shape of body, so on and so forth, a feminine figure, so maybe lady or otherwise. The other two seem to be a bit more masculine in figure. The person that's standing opposite you, they're looking upon you with rather keen eyes. Like, it's hard to see the detail again, the silhouette is in the darkness, but they seem to be studying you with ease. From what you understand of things, you wouldn't be surprised if this individual is a parent.
Okay. Brief pause as he kind of processes for a second. He says,
"Hey, what's up, Askren? Hey, everybody, hold on. I'm so sorry to interrupt. Askren
Hey,
is
it's
who
the
did
artist.
our artwork. Yeah, that's who did all the character art, did the overlays. What's up? How you doing? Yes. Show much love to Askren. How you doing?
Big time love.
Yeah. Known Askren for a long time. I actually got to meet him in person at PAX East back in what was that, 2019, 2018? When was that? Great dude, has done awesome interviews in the past, even interviewed Matt Mercer several years ago and so on. So just a big D&D nerd himself. In my opinion, his art style is like the epitome of Pathfinder 1E art style. That's why I went with Askren. Not only do I just like the dude in general, he's stand-up guy, so on, but it is like the epitome of Pathfinder 1E. So if you're a Pathfinder fan and you're looking to get artwork, please go and check out his artwork. I don't know the link off the top of my head. I can share it, but it's on his Twitter. And if you're looking at anywhere his art is posted on my World Anvil, it'll be a link to his page there as well. But definitely check out Askren. Wonderful. Thank you, Brian, for the artwork.
I think I have it somewhere.
Yeah, if you got to share. But thank you. All right, so sorry about that deviation. Just need to share love. He actually is working on one more piece for me as well. I wanted to show it to you later on, Jake, to get your opinion on some stuff. So for like the last second, like tweaks
looking
or
forward
whatever.
to it.
Yeah, I won't lie. Like, he sent it to me. I think it was last night or the day before. I just saw it like yesterday, I think, and I was like, "Holy shit! It is everything I like. It is so good. It is so good." Yeah.
Now I want to see it.
Yeah, it's so cool. So, anyways, back to the game. Wade's sitting there quietly, like, "Am I playing this session?" All right, back to you, Keegan. Sorry.
Right. They asked why I camped there. Right?
Yeah.
Okay. He'll say, truthfully, it was as far as I made it. I didn't realize the lights were so close until after sundown.
So you don't know this exact spot?
I've never been out here before.
He looks to the side and says, "Vera, light." And you can see like the one that has more of the feminine figure. It takes a moment, and you can see like take some stuff out. Several seconds later, there's a spark again, and the torch lights up. And as the torch lights up, and your eyes like burn for a couple seconds, kind of adjusting to it. She will step forward and hold the light over her head. You can see she's wearing, definitely is armor that suggests that she is some sort of a town guard. And now that you have the light kind of spilling in over the person that you've been speaking to, based off their age and what have you, you can definitely tell that they are Perrin. There's no question in your mind about that. Probably in their mid 50s or so. Also wearing very similar kind of armor. They're wearing the typical leathers that you would find inside of a small town like a Loshev would be. Not the proper like town guard that would have like either a ring or like a quilted or something more proper that you would find over in Paradel. Makes sense. Simple stuff like this would be worn here, but they definitely have like a uniform look to them. Definitely have guard look to them. And by seeing the symbol that's emblazoned on their armor, you can like, okay, cool. I can even see the symbol of Loshev that's there that I've known from before. But either way. So you notice this and you're like, okay, cool. That immediately sets down any of concerns that you have. And they step forward and they hold the torch up high to get a good look of you. And then he's like, all right, over here. And he steps like past you over to near where your camp was, not quite where you had your fire. And she follows with a torch and holds it up. And he points at a couple of areas on the grounds where it takes you a few seconds. This was the perception check you made earlier and failed. It takes a few seconds. You notice that there is some strange discoloration on the grounds and like a bit of, there's a considerable amount of blood spilled on the ground here.
Okay. Also, while we're moving, if she's got a lit torch, I would take out my torch and just be like, "Oh, do you mind?" And like I'd go to light my torch on that one so that I can like have my own light source.
Yeah, she'll tilt towards you.
Okay. And yeah, then when he notices the blood, he's like, "I'm embarrassed to admit I didn't see that before."
He says, "No, it's fine. You're a traveler. You wouldn't have gone looking for it unless you knew it was here. So you know nothing about this."
I don't, but I'd greatly appreciate being informed.
He nods and looks to the other individual who steps into the light, and you can see it's a hobgoblin individual there. And he says, Khalid, why don't you escort this minstrel back to Loshev? Vera and I have got it from here. He looks to you and says, travel well. Roads aren't as safe as they used to be. And then kind of like turns his attention away from you to whatever him and this woman named Vera are working on. And the hobgoblin, kind of gives you like a head gesture to turn and walk with him.
Okay, I'll go with him. I give like a quick thank you to the others.
Mm-hmm. Cool. And so this hobgoblin named Khalid walks with you, and he's like, "Oh, it's nothing. I'm sure nothing too much from where you're from. Your accent. You're from South, huh?"
Correct, yeah.
I'm sure you're used to the violence, being Perrin and all. Being Dell and all.
You might think so.
He doesn't pick up the note of what you're saying, and he goes, "Well, then, to keep it short for you, there was an attack on the road. Bandits. They've been plaguing the area well enough. Fortunately, this time rounds, there was a decent guard in the wagon. Got one of them. Got him good. The other one, however, got away." Just shrugs and says, "I'm hoping that did a good enough job to chase him off proper. You know what I mean? But might find another fool to join him. Come back rounds. We're just finishing up our investigation, seeing if we can find out who did what."
That's unfortunate. You have a problem with the same group of bandits, or is this a recent event?
It's only the fourth attack we heard in the past, 2 months' time, but fourth seemed to be the final one. Again, there's a good guard on them this time. Someone who was looking to actually earn their coin.
Huh. He seems to kind of like sort of chew on that thought for a while and say, "When you say you got them good, are they dead, or did you get a chance to interrogate them?"
See that pile of? You see that pool of blood back there?
unfortunately.
And then just leaves it at that.
Yeah, that. Well, I appreciate you leading me to town. I was a little concerned.
He nods. He says, I see you got a little a pinprick right there. Ain't going to do you much against someone who knows how to use a blade or bow. A wagoneer got him clean through the throat. Killed him good.
Damn. Well, I mean, I do know a little on how to use it, but really, it acts as a deterrent also. I'm a lot less likely to be attacked if I might be trouble.
He nods, says, I'm sure there's some logic to that. But, hey, listen, while we're on this road here, gestures towards your instrument. Want to,
He goes, fan of road music, I see. Yeah, I could strum a bit, as long as it won't disturb the slumbering animals in the woods.
And you can play some music for him. Feel free to roll a performance check if you'd like. He travels with you on the rest of the way, all the way up to Loshev. And he doesn't just lead you into the town, which I've described before, but will gladly describe again. Loshev as a town is not particularly large in size, and it's not for its size, it's way more built up and way more, if you excuse the phrasing, modernized than you would expect it being. And when you guys go walking into it, he's rather jovial. The quality of music that you played for him has really kind of like won him over. He's a bit more chatty, a bit more open about the details. So he explains to you as you ask questions, because your character's interested in the lore of this region, about Loshev. So Loshev itself doesn't have much by way of farmlands, doesn't have much by way of farms or anything like that. So its populace, which is under 2,000, 1,800 or so, they all live together in a tightly packed area that would be more akin to a large town center, with the rest of the people kind of like spread outwards and beyond. They're missing that spread out area and just have that packed center area along the river. And the people that live here have more specialized responsibilities or jobs. The reason being, all of their commerce comes from passersby or merchants along to the river. So people here, again, aren't farmers or what have you. They're going to be like tavern owners or innkeepers, or they own or run a warehouse or work in one, or they're going to be sailors that come and go as needed, or you know, et cetera, et cetera. So these specialized jobs, because of the amount of commerce that comes from the various trade deals they have with much larger civilizations, like, say, Ravenhold or Lvov or Hot Gwen or so on, right? So it's a pretty built up area for such a small population. So you go walking in, and so, yeah, there's multiple taverns that you can walk by. I mean, if you needed to make coin, I mean, it feels dirty playing to a place like this just to make coins get by, but you do what you got to do to make sure that you can successfully achieve your university goals after having been robbed for most of your coin that you needed to accomplish it. And eventually it'll lead you to an inn where he'll actually walk in. He happens to know the innkeeper, and after a little bit of chatting with the innkeeper, they're willing to let you spend at least the first night pretty cheap. You know, saying that they kind of roughed you up on the road, if you will, and for only a single sliver, they'll let you spend a night in a proper room with, you know, board and whatnot included. So that evening, you're actually treated to, you know, 2 mugs of an ale of your very cheap choice, a warm plate of food, which is nice considering the terrible shit that you had, a moderately comfortable bed, and even a breakfast waiting for you in the morning. You know what I mean? So it's a nice arrangement. But moreover,
heck yeah,
you're welcome to roll a diplomacy check if you'd like to kind of establish your own personality towards this individual beyond the warm greeting that you get from the town guard that escorted you here.
Okay, I will definitely roll that.
God, apparently if you widen the chat slightly, the numbers won't be hidden.
Oh, I always forget to do that. Sorry, I just got to do it by like a millimeter. There you go. Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. Yeah, and this individual, they actually set up for you, noticing that you're a minstrel yourself and hearing such kind words of the quality of music that you play, inform you. If you did want to play a bit of music, you might be able to strike up a bargain for your own having relatively inexpensive stay here. I mean, maybe it'll cover the full cost. Maybe it'll just reduce the cost, depending on the quality of music you play for them. So that's a deal that you can strike up if you intend spending time here. But we don't need to talk on that any further at the moment. The guard says one more thing before they leave. After the finishing conversation with their friend, and you've already put your belongings into your room and sat down to a meal, they swing by and kind of give a knock on the table. Well, I get to head back out. As it is, probably get a tongue lashing for taking the time that I did, but, you know, it's a long road, he says, kind of giving you like a sly look. Why don't you stick around? Make sure you're available tomorrow. Maybe around after the noontime break. Head down to town hall. There may be some questions on what you witnessed on the road the council might want to hear.
That's perfect. I already intended to visit the council.
Good. They might have interest. Shrugs and says, all right, well, good luck. And turns and leaves.
Likewise. Stay safe.
Hand over the shoulder. Cool. Your character is able to spend this evening resting in a proper bed, enjoying a not very good but hot meal, and so on.
Okay.
Wade, your character has done what he needed to do. See to the family, see to the gals. Make sure that the poachers have been held at bay as best as you can perceive and provide cover for. You've seen to it that their wagon is properly looked after, so things aren't pilfered from it, that they are have the appropriate ceremonies or what have you put together for their spouse, and even given the guards whatever full debriefing you can on what it was you had witnessed along the way. After everything's said and done, you have a little left to do here. Though you are told by the guards that the council will have to give some sort of ruling on the matter. They're going to have to give some sort of explanation of some sort of decision on what had transpired here, and maybe they want to hear firsthand from you one more retelling of the story. So it is asked that sometime in the morning, early in the day, that you go and you join the town hall and wait till you are called upon to discuss this case or this matter. That's there with the council people that are there. I assume Koa is willing to cooperate with us?
Yeah, he would, and probably won't go out and have a few drinks tonight since he's got to be responsible in the morning. Plus the buzz is kind of already killed, so yeah.
Awesome. And because he doesn't go out and have a couple of drinks, because he's
awesome. Go on.
Because he doesn't go out and have a couple of drinks, because he's relatively available. You'll actually have this evening, as he's downstairs finishing up his meal or what have you. Philomena will come in to the area. Will end up looking around the room, seeing you there, and will come over and stand by the table that you're sitting at and gesture and say, "Do you mind if I join you?"
No, of course, please.
Philomena herself is a 16-year-old human girl. So she is relatively reserved because she's kind of had a bit of an overprotecting parents, despite her having been very traveled. And so she has, and she just unfortunately just literally 2 evenings prior, lost her father. So she is a bit mousy, more so than usual. About that.
Time's passed. Get over it.
A bit mousy. I suppose from one fatherless
24th anniversary of losing my dad, so yeah.
When was?
Tomorrow.
Oh, yeah! We can talk about this again at midnight, Wade. You can let it all out.
Yay!
Okay? So, either way, so she's a bit more mousy than she usually would be. But you have also seen her personality and what she could be after she kind of gets comfortable. And certainly she's decently skilled with the butcher's tools. Either way, so she pulls out the chair and sits down with you and says, I know I've said it before, but I wanted to say one more time, because we've talked to, from what I've been told, and you can see she keeps trying to come up with the words of how to proceed. Well, I guess most people, after how they would have just taken the coin they already had and And you didn't. Things could have gone so... And
you don't
can see...
have to pay anything else. What I was paid, I failed my mission, so you don't owe me anything if that's what you're getting at.
As you went to interrupt her, she was kind of like unconsciously with one hand grabbing like the part of like the back of her neck where the guy had grabbed her before you like, got him off of her when he was, grabbing at her and being like, "You'll fetch a pretty penny," kind of a thing. Like you could see she unconsciously kind of like reached to that area, and she's like, "What? No, of course. Literally, we owe you our lives. We are not without coin ourselves. If nothing else, at least let us say thank you."
You don't owe me that. When I talked to your dad, I said I would escort you safely here, and I did not. Now, whether or not that's my fault is regardless. I should have seen or heard or... I feel responsible, and I'm very sorry that I didn't save Phil.
You say his name, and you see she like tears up considerably, and takes like a few moments to like really like steady herself. Like you can see that like distant look in the eyes of like a practiced calm to try to like go away, emotions. And then she says, "I must implore, please, let us," as she tries like one last ditch effort to convince you to settle the score, if you will. But it's far weaker now, not because, just because obviously she herself is just a bit distraught at the moment.
This is night, right? This is before
Yeah,
we sleep.
evening. You're like having your meal, your dinner.
I tell you what, take the night, rest, sleep on it. Whatever you want to do, it is your decision, but I feel with everything that's happened that you've all provided enough.
She stays like stone still for a moment or two, and then slowly starts to nod like very shallow nods, and she says, "Thank you again," and she goes to stand up.
I'm also sorry that, well, you had to see everything that went down. I'm not sure that part gets easier. Both with both.
With you just putting the images back into her mind, not intentionally, of course, you can see like there's like a moment where, like it's just too much and tears start to fall down, first one cheek and then the other. And she says, "Thank you again." And then we'll kind of like turn briskly and go to walk from the room.
I'll keep an eye out tonight as well. If there's anything you need, it's never too late or too early.
She'll toss her like one more half-hearted smile, just trying to be, but like it's very forced, and she doesn't say a word. She's probably too dry in the throat to even squeak out a word if need be, and she leaves. You do roll me a sense motive check, Wade. Well,
was 2 the threshold you were looking?
2 was not the threshold I was looking for. I'm sorry.
It was a 1. What did I discover?
You discovered that your meal is not yet finished, and you sense your motive to want to finish it. And so you pick up your fork and work your way through the meal.
God, I'm astute.
You made me dinner? What? My wife recovering from surgery just made me dinner and brought it down to me. Jesus. You shouldn't be on stairs, let alone making me food and bringing it down.
And yet I don't see you getting
What?
up to
Yes, that's true. Yes.
Or anything. So,
So what was that? Oh, so she made
nothing,
me
man. You're good.
a burger and sweet potato fries with a heavy dollop of ketchup. Is that what you're asking for?
Yeah, I wanted to see the food. That's what I said.
What did you ask to say?
Nothing. I was basically insulting you and ripping you a new one.
Oh, okay, sorry.
It was mainly for Chad as justice for Phil.
I wasn't listening because I still never hung my door, so it's just in the way. And last time she came down last stream, she was complaining she couldn't get through the door because she was so pregnant she couldn't squeeze through. So she said, "Well, I can get through the door much easier now." So I was laughing, but either way. All right, where were we? So yeah, sorry, 2 does not give you anything, so I would deliver nothing to you at this point. And you can see her leave. Obviously, Kawa is going to be able to spend his evening, resting, thinking about whatever might be going through his head, everything that transpired, so on and so forth. And the next morning, I imagine he's. Go ahead.
Am I no longer exhausted? And what about health? Does that stay the same?
Your health increases. This is 2 nights later. At 1 health point every 2 days. This is 1, 2, 3 nights you've now slept, plus a whole day of resting, so you'd have 2 health points back.
Okay, so instead of, I'd be up 2 more. Got it.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
I can do that math.
And chat, just so you know, in Pathfinder, the way it works is you heal naturally 1 health point per level per night. They're level 0, so it's half a health point a night. But if you lost,
should I assume my non-lethal that I took forever ago is gone?
That is definitely gone because that is one per 2 hours.
Yeah. Okay.
Cool. All right, back to you guys. Sorry, Wade. So yeah. That you wake up the next morning, you're feeling a bit better, roughed up, but feeling a bit better. And does your character go about any morning routine or what have you? Does he have? Because he's in great shape. But is he one of those people that just is naturally in great shape? Like, I don't even work out. Or does he have a routine or something that he does to stay in this
No, I think
slim
he does.
trim?
I think it's not always in the morning, because mornings are sometimes shit, where am I? Who is that? How do I get out of here? So I don't know that he's a morning workout guy, but I imagine mornings like this where he's on his own and has stress and whatnot. Yeah, some sit-ups, push-ups, and whatever might be in order just to kind of clear his head and do something he knows he can be ready for. Maybe it'll help him be a bit quicker next time. It's one of those things where he failed to stop it, failed to fully catch the people responsible. So now it's like, all right, clearly I'm not in good enough shape. So yeah, I could see him having a little bit of a workout in the morning. I wouldn't say it's his normal routine every morning. I think he wakes up too many times in someone else's bed.
Is it safe to say he's not much of a cardio guy?
Yeah, that's probably fair.
Yeah. That feels about right.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. So where were we? You are so your character gets up in the morning and he's going through his exercise routine and eventually makes his way over to town hall. Does he get there for early, or is he one of those early's 10 a.m.?
No, I think he's usually an early riser.
Okay.
I would say, especially for this, whenever he feels like he's doubly responsible, I think he would probably be there. I wouldn't say he's there half an hour early, but he's probably there 5 minutes before he's required to be.
Okay, cool. There was no time that was given to you. It was just said in the morning.
Oh, I think he would just assume whatever normally people mean by morning. He would try to be there. If it's 8 a.m., he'd be there at 7:55 or whatever.
Oh, okay, cool. So if I'm on time, I'm late kind of a person.
Maybe not always, but just important things, yes.
Yeah, okay, that's fair. That's respectable. I like it.
If a friend invites you over to a party and you show up late, whatever. But mom and dad scold you and you're supposed to do something to make up for it. It's all right, I'll go apologize to the neighbor on time.
All right, cool. Somebody dies by an arrow in the throat or what have you, then
Yeah, maybe be a little bit responsible about it.
Well, I think it was actually technically, wasn't it a heart shot? I said.
I don't know
the
what
guards
part
at
of
the throat
Phil
earlier.
did you murder, Scott? I don't remember.
I think it was a heart shot. I don't remember. Well, luckily we have a forensic scientist here to help us figure it out, huh?
Yeah. It was a hell of an arrow because a lot more than one heart broke, Scott.
Oh, nice. All right, cool. Level plus con is a feat called fast healing. Keegan. I remember getting that feat because shifters in Eberron can make use of that feat in special ways and heal like Wolverine almost. Like I remember having this like level 9 ranger shifter. I may have had to level dip into druid to make it work, and you more or less would be like Wolverine, and you would have fast healing and heal like 5 or 10 around or whatever it was, without magic.
Nice.
Yeah, there was this extraordinary ability.
I didn't play enough of that edition to get to build into cool stuff.
Eberron was my favorite world, so. But anyway, so was being the word, right? 3rd edition still is. So back to you, you guys. So Wade, with your character, he kind of like gets up and goes there early in the morning, what he thinks is like appropriately early. So like again, like a 9 a.m. or what have you, and you go into the place, and well, one thing. So as you describe this place, where is it? So if you're on the World Anvil, you'll see there is a map for Loshev, and there on that map it actually shows where the town hall is. So in the northern part of Loshev, there is a market area, and in the center of the market area is where the town hall is. So it's kind of like an open market area for non-permanent markets, trading and what have you to be. So people that like roll up with wagons or bust up tents or anything that's a non-permanent trading structure is meant to be had there. So this is for people that are coming from beyond or what have you, that don't have like a permanent structure that they're going to be doing their work in. And so in the center of that is where town hall is, because it's kind of like a good meeting area. It's where lots of people are. So as you're going there, like the market is already setting up for the day as you're showing up. And because you're getting there before the market's set up for the day, doing things like buying an apple is like super cheap because they haven't even like set up the market yet. So you can probably get one, off of somebody that maybe a bruised one because you don't care, whatever it might be. Like see that kind of like stuff happening between the different market individuals. When you finally go to the building and you go into it, you're one of the first ones let in because you're there so early. And one of the things that you notice is as you go in is this place smells how do I describe this? It's a combination of sweat, body odor, mildly feces, almost like a strange chalky smell. It smells old. It smells very, very old. And you almost immediately see why. Because whereas the council that's here is set up so there are many council seats that are set on the far end of this very well designed, building, the stone building that's here. There are stone seats in a kind of like a stone semicircle area on the far side, and it looks as though the seats can seat comfortably up to 21 individuals. But then there's like a break in the middle, like kind of like an area where people would almost, you can imagine, stand up on at a slight podium, where they would be able to speak towards that semicircle of the 21 seats. And then on this side, a whole bunch of wooden benches of various grades of repair or disrepair or so on. Some nicer ones, some worse ones, different designs and what have you as they've been replaced over the years. But the structure overall is fairly well maintained. No leaks or anything like that inside there. The pillars are well maintained. The design is nice, et cetera, et cetera. But in the council area, as you'll see as the hours roll on, the number of individuals that actually hold seats there, it's not a ton. It actually sits at about 11 that are sitting there. And how to describe them? Old. Each one of the council members is old. Like, to the point where you're pretty sure sometimes as people are speaking, they are actively sleeping. At one point, you see somebody has brought food, and it's well before the lunching bell. And the food looks as though it has been actively chopped to fuck. To the point where you don't know what the food originally was, but it is chopped to hell. And the individual is eating it with a very shaking hand, where most of it falls off of the utensil before it gets to their mouth. Half of that falls out of their mouth as they go. I'm at a retirement
home of leaders.
Yeah, it is.
This is the life appointment where they were all appointed when the town was first built, and they haven't died yet, so it's still the originals.
They're old. They're old. And so and they're varying ages too, because like you can see that there's like a hobgoblin woman up there. There's an old human guy. There's a Perrin who, God, they're probably well over a century. Luckily there's no gnomes or anything. And they're just there and they're listening or what have you. And the hours roll on, and there's oftentimes like one in particular person would kind of ask for repeating or to speak up or whatever it is and listen. And there'll be a bit of a deliberation amongst those that are actually paying attention or conscious of whatever decision need be made amongst themselves. Oftentimes, one of them having to yell above the others just to one who has gone kind of deaf can hear it more easily. But they come to various deliberations or so on. But as your character is like walking in, opening the door, and gathering the smell for the first time, why don't you take this moment with the sun basking you from behind, stepping through these double doors and into this chamber, and the look of just confusion and disgust or what have you on his face, describe for us Koa for the first time since it is session 1.
Didn't we do this in session 0?
Session 0, yes, it's 1 now.
Okay. Well, Koa is also, in my opinion, short, but I guess he's average height, about 5'10". He's got dark black hair, probably back up in a bit of a ponytail, light beard and mustache, a lot of tattoos and markings. He's very, very fit, wearing an outfit of various colors that may look good together, may not. They might be his clothes. They might be the wrong clothes he grabbed one time when hurrying out of someone's room. But they're his now. Got a little bit of armor. I don't know if he'd be allowed to bring weapons into this, but he usually carries a great sword. And then on his horse, he has a spear and a shield he will carry. I'm not sure how you show up at a council meeting. Probably not super well armed.
Yeah,
because these guys would die to a full potato.
End. Sorry, go ahead.
I said, considering these guys would probably die to a potato, I doubt he's bringing in anything else. I think that's pretty much it. I think he's got green eyes, black hair. He's young, 18 years old, human. I think those are the details, at least the ones I remember off the top of my head.
You can always look at your picture as you say.
I could, but like
too much work.
You guys go to World Anvil and see. I think all of our characters are on there too.
That's true. Yeah. Exclamation point Aurora, I believe, pulls up the website. So, anyways, back to you, Wade. He already walks in, has that look on his face, and eventually goes over and sits down. As you're looking inside this place, why don't you go ahead and roll me a perception check?
We're really on the top of the heap for rolls today, aren't we?
You notice something strange about the stone here. As I said, it's a stone building. There's like a strange, almost like filigree or like veins of something shimmering. Shimmering is maybe a bit overstating. Shimmering almost sounds like reflecting off a considerable amount of light. There's definitely something semi-reflective in there, even if like a bit matte or muted. Looks like metal. A type of metal, almost like veins. Like if you've ever seen marble before, like actually seen like the marble stone, it's a white stone and has like veins of different colors that run through it. Think like that, except clearly those veins of different colors are a metal, like a dull gray metal that runs through the stone that's here. It's rather impressive to see. Like, how the hell did they get metal inside of the stone? Like, did they melt rock onto a whole bunch of metal, then cut it afterwards to get the slabs? Like, you have no idea how anything like this could possibly be constructed. But it's truly, like, it's really cool looking. It doesn't follow any set pattern. It doesn't look like it's a set pattern going through there or any type of scrawling or anything like that. It's just random. Again, like looking at the coloration you see inside of marble. Right?
Okay.
Cool. So
I'm assuming that doesn't mean anything to me. I've never seen anything quite like it or anything.
No.
Okay.
Well, no. You probably have seen things like this before, but not in a structure as well maintained as this. Right?
Gotcha.
All right, cool. So hours go by. Hours. Until the point where like the noontime lunching bell is rung, or just before noon, and then people leave to go and get their lunching to come back, and they still haven't called on you yet, which is a little frustrating, but it's what's unfortunately happened. And then eventually you hear off in the distance the bell calling wherever you have gone for your lunch or whatever. You would hear the bell calling for you to go return and would sit there a bit longer. And from here, we're going to pull the attention away from you. Wake up! Come on! Rattling of a baton against the iron bars of the cell. It's your day. Best you look dapper. And he looks you up and down.
How many days has it been?
That you've been there? Unfortunately, 4.
Yeah, okay. So he's in the throes of withdrawal then.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Looks you over and says, "You look like shit."
There's like a hell of a lot of like crusted vomit and other things in here. He's just laying on the ground. He doesn't move.
In the name of the martyr. Ooh, you should have just given in and let the life drain. You look nasty. All right, let's see if we can clean you up. And he goes to unlock the cell for you. Come with me.
He tries to stand up and then just collapses back down. He hasn't been holding his food down. Barely been able to drink. He's in a mess. Been 4 days. He hasn't had a drop of alcohol. He's sweaty, smelly, and is just barely holding it. He's not even holding it together.
Mm-hmm. All right. Hold on. Let me get one of the rookies to touch you. You look gross. And he goes over and calls out for somebody else to come down. And you actually see a gentleman, you see a person come in to grab you. They themselves are a large, burly figure, is what you know. And you hear a gruff voice that says, "Got you," and picks you up. It sounds vaguely familiar, but you don't know why. It's somewhere in your consciousness you know it's vaguely familiar. And you're hoisted from the ground with, I don't want to say ease, that's an overstatement, but you're hoisted up to your feet, and then you're walked out of the cell. And he says, "Come on, let's go this way. You good enough to strip yourself down, or am I saturating you clothed?"
His head kind of lolls to the side, eyes barely open. He just stares into the eyes of this person.
Yep, the one that spoke, not the one that's guiding you.
Yep.
He shrugs and goes, "Well, I ain't getting you naked." Ugh. And then you hear the other one go, "I got it." And so you get brought over into another chamber where the person starts undressing you, trying to get it so you're at least down to your undergarments and not completely clothed as this happens. And as they're undressing you, why don't you go ahead and roll me a perception check? But you can go roll the -5. Have a nice day.
Eh?
Yeah.
Lovely.
Yeah.
God, I can't wait to have you in our party. You're gonna be such an addition.
Change this to -5. All right.
I'm sorry, all the DCs are 16. You'll never hit them.
Well, anyways, you eventually get undressed, and he goes, "Just toss it over here. I'll have it laundered or something." And then he's like, "I got him." And you brought down to being literally nude, and you're brought into a chamber where it just acts as like a bit of a shower, if you will, like a water basin stored overhead. They're gonna dump water on you so you can slunk to the floor, and it's just because you're not at first bathing yourself, you're just on the floor and water starts pouring on you. But because this is not like a proper modern day shower with heated water, it's cold. You did that smarts. It pulls your senses back to you, and you kind of like feel your mind pulled back up as you like realize, oh, you're inside of like a locked in room with water coming down and pouring out some makeshift. Don't think a drain in the center of the floor like proper modern day plumbing. Think like you're slightly elevated above ground level and it's pouring out small slits off the sides outside of whatever stone basin you're standing on. And so you're inside this very makeshift shower with cold water dropping down on you so you can clean yourself. I imagine with this sudden shock of coming to, you can at least musingly use the soap.
Yeah, he tries. There's that definite when the cold water hits him. There's that shock as he like takes an deep intake of breath. And he's looking around. He's like, oh.
After he's able to get
Yeah.
himself somewhat cleaned up, you are then offered your clothing for you to wear. As you're like going through the mindlessness of getting your clothes on, you realize these aren't actually yours. These are the grays that would be worn by an inmate or somebody inside of like a basic prison. They're very just basic grays with some stripes on them. And yeah, they're not your clothes.
Where are my things? Where's my clothes?
As you say that, look into the person that's in front of you. You suddenly see a half-orc, their face. It takes a couple seconds before it becomes familiar to you who they are. You'd seen them only 4 days prior.
Makes sense.
He goes, clean, getting them clean. Sorry? He says, looking, you think apologetic?
Yeah. He just like taps at him like pathetically, and he's like, "No worries there, pal."
He helps you as you're getting dressed, and he's like, why, chewing leaf?
No, as I informed the jailer, I rather partake to the drink.
Oh. He nods. He's like, long time we have it. Mm-hmm.
Rather cruel and unusual punishment, if you ask me. Rather delicate for a big strapping young lad.
He shakes his head and says, no, if you were a worthy opponent, I'd kill you and drink your blood. But you're like child. And he just looks sad.
Lucky for me.
Sorry.
You have soft hands.
Yeah, he looks down at his hands, like sees the calluses or whatever that are there, and then he'll chuckle. And you know, he'll laugh. And he'll finish helping you get dressed. And then he says, "You good guy." And he pulls out a like a wineskin, and he opens it up to take a swig himself. And as soon as he pops it open, you can smell the fruit, the fragrance of the fermenting fruits that are there. As he like lifts it to his lips, your eyes dart up and you realize what it is he's holding.
Tony, please. I need this, Tony. In 4 days.
He looks down
Sick.
at you, looks at the
Tony,
skin.
please.
This drink?
Mm.
Shrugs and gives it to you.
Immediately to the lips.
Is this one of those unfortunate scenarios where you drink like you've been traveling through a desert for a long time?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Spilling down the face, saturating your grays.
Yeah.
He watches and he's like, oh. Like gives you a bit of a concerned look and goes, execution.
This is a normal Tuesday, Tony.
Thinks for a second, doesn't know what Tuesday means. And so he waits until you're done with the skin before he takes it back and realizes that it's empty. And he frowns. He's a little less kind to you after that.
Yeah.
And helps you out. Eventually, you're led up upstairs, and you walk across town. Holy shit, it's bright out. Oh my god, it's a clear morning. And you are walking eastward towards Town Hall. God damn it. It is awful. Eventually, you are brought into the building. There's somebody standing out the front of it already. Morons lining up to be here so early. You're led in through a sideway, and eventually brought over to go and sit. This place smells worse than you just did an hour ago. And you are sat down in a spot where you're manacled to where your seat is, and then eventually the proceedings start. You pass out during them.
Yep.
At some point, a bell is rung, and you're woken by the sound of the bell ringing and are told that you got to go and eat some food. To their credit, their food is not horrible. They do feed you. And Tony actually goes and brings you back your clothes for you to get dressed. The guard that was overseeing you from beforehand, whose, by the way, name you had learned along the way, because you hadn't heard it before. And I think you actually asked me before the stream, if I remember correctly, Jake.
I think his name was Dan, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Dan, he what was it?
What rank is he again?
Rank doesn't necessarily matter. You know what I mean? He's just the person that oversees the jail, if you will. It's not a proper jail. It's more of like a holding area. So he says to you, he's like, you don't have to wear those, you know. You can wear just your clothes. You ain't been convicted of nothing yet. But I don't know, with your record, maybe you should just stay in these and save yourself some time. And he chuckles to himself before he even finishes the sentence.
I'm about to see Loshev's law in just in. Oh, I can't focus right now.
Mm-hmm. Does your character get changed back into his regular clothes?
Yeah, he does.
Luckily for him, he had that wine. Not that this really helps too much.
No.
And he's had a nap since for a few hours.
Yeah.
And he's had some food. And he's been able to be changed back into his proper clothes, which have been laundered to a degree. Yeah, there might be a bit of a vomit stain there. No, that was from, never mind, that's from a few weeks ago. But he's able to, you know, be changed back into his clothes and eventually led back to the jailhouse. You're now afternoon. After the noontime, as bell has been told, everybody's back from their meal, so on and so forth. You have your character is sitting there, chained, waiting for his opportunity to be spoken. You have Koa is sitting there, getting a little agitated, waiting for him to be called to be spoken to about the situation going on. And then you have Mikhail finally making his way across after the noontime bell is rung to people kind of gathering in, a part of the group, to go in and holy hell, that place smells. To go and have his own seat inside the chamber as it's being done. As everybody's sitting there, I don't know if, Wade, does your character get restless at all, or is he being patient in the situation?
Internally, he's getting restless. Externally, he's trying to play it cool and just deal with it, though there's probably some, like, looking around, some sighing, some tapping of the leg.
Mm-hmm.
You can probably tell he's kind of, like, if you were actually paying attention, you could tell he's kind of, like, eager to get out of here. I imagine he's not the only one that feels that way. But, yeah.
Oh, by all means, no. So after another, half hour or so passes for you, Mikhail, it's only about half an hour of sitting in here watching, literally only one case is kind of talked over. And it's a pretty simple case over one neighbor who stole another neighbor's chickens. Literally is something as simple as that. And you're surprised with what you know of Loshev, like, people here have chickens. I didn't even think there was that much farming that went around in this area. But it was a half hour of really, really boring deliberation before it's finally resolved until the next case is called up. And they say, Aldo, please rise and come forward. And you have one of the guards will go over and unlock your manacles, Aldo, so you can get up and make your way over to stand on the podium before the 11 varying degrees of consciousness individuals that are across the way from you.
Yeah, I definitely stumble. I don't walk even straight. I go from one side to the other and weakly make my way over.
Mm-hmm.
Charges against Aldo
is said by the particular council member. And the guard that's there chimes up and says, it was a couple of different things this fellow did. Let's see. Looks down into a ledger and says, looks like disturbing peace, bits of violence. Let's see here. Yep. Causing up a bit of violence, resisting arrest. That's a good one. Yep. Oh, and he made a good mess of his cell, he did. That's right. Tack that one on there at the ends. You should see the amount of vomit that came out of this man. Whew! It was a mess. And then you see the old man very slowly wave up his hand. He's like,
Please, avoid the coloration. Just need the charges.
well, fine then. Disturbance of the peace, bits of violence, and resisting arrest.
I believe the reports say that he was unconscious as he was brought in.
Yeah, that's right.
How can he resist if he's not conscious?
Well, prior to that,
I believe the disturbance of the peace and the bits of violence cover this charge. We need not be redundant in the charges leveled before him.
looks you over, Aldo, and says,
First time offender, I believe.
Not an offender at all, your esteemed counselor, which I hope to prove here today.
he waves you to silence, but very slowly to the point where it almost looks like he's slowly wafting a fart. And he says,
Then just the 2 charges. That'll be fine enough. All right, Aldo, how do you plea?
Not guilty.
All right then, we have evidence here, and we have those that can stand testimony against you. But make your case.
He straightens himself up and tries to put on a commanding voice, I guess, as he starts. And he says, clearly and concisely, Ladies and gentlemen of the Council of Loshev, thank you for the opportunity to speak before you today. I come to you as a witness and a victim of what I believe to be serious corruption within the city's guard. My purpose here is not merely to complain, but to shed light on a troubling situation that affects not only me, but potentially many others. I arrived in Loshev by boat. I decided to stay a few days before I continued down to Hodgwen. I was met at the docks by a member of the guard, which is Dan over there. And I'll point to Dan. He asked me some routine questions before asking if I was interested in some work. Of course, being that I was indeed in need of some extra money. I asked what the job was. Nothing much, he replied. I just need you to rile up a half-orc named Tony, which is my new friend over there. You won't miss him. He's a big fella. He'll be at the Prancing Prince Tavern the day after tomorrow. Prancing Prince, hey? The next day, I seen him at the docks again. This time, he was waiting for a ship. There was a large crate ready, and as I sat along the riverbank and watched, a ship made port, and a few members of the crew disembarked, spoke with Dan over there, and they were grim men, had rather a dour nature to them, real strong-jawed kind of look. They had matching tattoos as well. They spoke with Dan and exchanged something. He then left and had the crate loaded on the ship, and they were off. It would have been there less than half an hour, if that. Rather strange, I thought. So, later that night, I went to the Prancing Prince. Again, rather a tongue-in-cheek joke in a town so entrenched in trade with Paradel, but hey, no judgment from me. And no sooner than 5 minutes after I arrived, the guards pounced on the inn. I assumed they had been waiting on me to get there, so I went about finding my good friend Tony there, and he was already riled up. I called him a few names, which is all it took to have him chase me around the inn and beat me senseless, while the guards looked on and didn't even attempt to help. No de-escalation, just watched on as he mercilessly beat me. Instead of receiving medical treatment, I was arrested and placed in a cell with many others from the tavern, including Tony himself and the innkeeper. Whilst I was waiting, I observed an interesting exchange between the innkeeper and Mr. Dan over there. There seemed to be an argument about protection money, which apparently the innkeeper wasn't paying enough, and after a short time, the innkeeper relented and a pouch of coins was exchanged, and the innkeeper was released. After everyone else made bail, I was ridiculed by Dan, I'm told since I'm not a local, things won't be going well for me. I was denied food when he was on duty, and when I asked why I was arrested and about our deal, I was threatened with beatings if I didn't keep quiet. The conduct from a member of the guard, Dan over there, undermines the very principles of justice and integrity that the city of Loshev stands for. It is not merely a matter of personal grievance. It is an issue of systematic corruption and abuse of power that needs immediate and thorough investigation. I urge the council to look into these allegations and examine Dan's actions and take necessary steps to ensure that such misconduct is addressed. The integrity of Loshev's law enforcement and the trust of its citizens are at stake. We must restore the values of fairness and accountability within this city. Thank you very much, councillors, for your attention and consideration. I am ready to provide any further information required and hope that together we can uphold the justice that Loshev deserves.
You, as you're saying this, at first, you can see that Dan is like, half listening for the first few sentences. His head perks up. There's a couple of times where he's like he just flabbergasted. What? And then there's a couple of moments where he's like, "Oi, hey!" Like he starts to try to chime up, and another person, he's waved quiet by the individual across the way that has been kind of like overseeing things, so on and so forth. When you finish saying all this, it literally ends. You kind of like, thank you, da da da, and you see that one of the council members kind of like startles awake. He goes,
Could you repeat that, please? I think I may have missed a line or two there.
As clearly was sleeping the entire time prior.
Most certainly, and then he rattles off the speech.
No, you
I can do it for you if you want.
And the old gentleman that's in front of you waves at, no. And he goes to speak, but before he does, an old hobgoblin gentleman chimes in and goes,
"This is a bunch of bollocks. You hear this? Accusations. Tattooed men with covert packages. Come now, come. Speaking poorly of the institution of our own law here, as they hunt down criminals and murderers as we speak. This is foolish. I think that this man has shit himself in the prison this entire time and then comes up here and is looking for some sort of... I think not. You cannot let this happen, Rook," he says, looking very, very upset over towards the older gentleman that had been speaking this whole time. This kind of been running the council, if you will, into this entire time. And as the old guy goes to open his mouth to speak again, another one chimes in and says, "These are some pretty heavy accusations you're making here. I trust that you are willing to point to us to exact areas to further our investigation to see this matter through." And then as you go to respond, probably affirmatively, again, the older guy that has now since been identified as Rook says, Yellen, please. Let's not take steps further. I'm not going to be overspoken, Rook. He's leveled very fair accusations. We should see these through."
And then Rook, his name is, goes,
Please now, please. We must see to this one step at a time. I think not. I think this man is a sham, and he's trying to get off with it. Quiet, Torgan. Quiet.
he puts his head in his hands and breathes for a few moments, catching his breath, then turns back to you and says,
"Aldo, to Council Member Gemsmith's point here, you do levy some pretty heavy accusations. Are you able to provide evidence to support these accusations?"
The evidence I have is my testimony and the fact that I bared witness to said events. You could try speaking with the innkeeper. However, I'm not sure if Dan here has sufficiently cowed him with reprisal. Although much as you've seen at the start, there seems to have been a stacking of charges, which I'm obviously not guilty of. And even Tony here can attest to the fact that I did commit no such violence. I did not
Tony?
try and resist arrest or anything else.
He waves you down and says, Tony has already had his trial, and as part of his sentencing, he has chosen to take up the mantle of town guard as a means to work out his sentence. Now, maybe he can provide a degree of evidence for you, but while you would expect his voice as a member of the guard to carry weight, he is also convicted guilty of similar charges. So you must understand that there's limitations to what we may accept from Tony's testimony.
Of course,
while-
I understand that. He says, but Tony was the perpetrator of the violence. He may have been tried already, but he could corroborate the fact that I never committed any such act. I never lifted a finger against anyone or did anything. These are trumped up charges.
As that exchange is happening, Mikhail stands up.
None of the old people see it.
I know. He's like letting it play, but he does stand up like he's preparing to say something, but continue.
Cool. You'll actually see the old guy not noticing you, but starts waving forward. But do you start walking forward with the assumption that that's to you, or do you wait to look around first?
I do like a quick glance to see if anyone else got up, and if I don't see anyone immediately, I just start walking.
You'd start walking because the other person is so daft they didn't realize it was for them. So after you start walking, the other person starts walking, and there's an awkward thing where you're both walking at the same time. As you realize, there's a large half-orc gentleman that is not actually wearing the same leathers as the others because they haven't had an opportunity to properly make one his size yet. As he's walking up as well. So is that like Spider-Man, meme for a second? You're like trying to realize who it is that's supposed to be going forward.
I'll like whenever we kind of run into each other, I figured they were probably calling him, so I'll just go just a moment, and then I'll turn and say, "Honored counsel, I believe I have a relevant question for the accused."
That is not the voice you expected to hear, and so I imagine Aldo turns around and looks to see this figure, as we've already heard described before you, and Tony standing right behind him, looking down at him like, "Huh?" The council member says,
Proceed, Tony.
I look at the half-orc and then back and say, Mikhail. And then I'll step forward a bit.
Yep. He looks down at like a parchment and like adjusts his spectacles slightly and says,
Tony, very well, proceed.
And he says, well met, Aldo. Different circumstances might be more pleasant, but your testimony may be valuable to me. Those tattoos you saw, can you describe them?
I look to the council and I say, certainly. And then he'll describe the tattoos.
as you say certainly, as you open your mouth to describe the tattoos, the hobgoblin chimes in and goes,
What's this? No. We expected Tony to come forward. Who's this man that's here? Mickey. We don't know a Mickey here.
he says, like, looking you over. And so as he says that, you see Rook looks up at you and he's adjusting his spectacles to see and goes,
Oh, indeed. You're not who I expected, but you say you have relevant information to this matter. State who you are. Why are you here today? I don't know of a case to a Mikhail.
He says, rifling through his papers slowly.
That's because the man who would have brought it to you beforehand, and who I would have been traveling with, has disappeared. Mr. Cliven Gensmith.
You say that, and there's like a bit of a, there's a reaction from some people in the room, and then the other gentleman chimes in and goes, "What did you say? Speak up, boy. What did you say of my son?" This is the gentleman that had asked for evidence of Aldo before. Go ahead.
Says, I was in Forvin not too long ago. I met with your son. We were going to travel here together after exchanging some stories and some different intents. We thought maybe we could help each other's endeavors. But he never showed up to the meeting place. I believe he met with some tattooed men who I was suspicious of, who also seemed to disappear. I think they may have been the same.
He nods and says, he nods, then looks to Rook and says,
Councilmember Rook, I would like to have this gentleman proceed as he's bringing relevant. Oh, this is a bunch of shut up.
he whips his head around and says,
Shut up, Torgan.
and then looks back at Rook and says,
Please, Councilor Rook.
and Rook nods slowly and then looks to you and says,
Continue with your description of these markings on their flesh.
I do. I'm going to detail about what I saw as best as I can.
yep. And so it looks like whips and whatnot.
Yep.
Okay.
I didn't know
I
what
didn't
they
know
were,
if they
but
were the same. Yeah.
Yep.
So yeah, as you're like describing them, Mikhail's nodding and he says, "This is the same crew. Ravenhold accents." He kind of gives you a like that look of just like fucking nod.
Yeah, he does. He's like, yeah.
Hold
actually.
on. To pass an innuendo, which was its own skill in earlier editions,
Is
is a
bluff
bluff
now,
check.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know this, Keegan. You're gonna slip it past me. You're gonna slip it past
Of course, I'm gonna try.
5 points from Gryffindor. I'm on to you.
Okay, bluff check.
Hey!
I think that's
you,
pretty good. I'll
you
keep that.
absolutely get. He's like trying to help you.
Yeah, I mean, I was rolling with the punches anyway, right? So I'm more than happy to say, yeah. It was Ravenhold accents.
Council, these are the same men. He doesn't have any other way to know that. I think he's telling the truth.
I don't understand why this. Shut up, Torgan.
He looks back at you and says,
My son was given the responsibility by this council to go and find merchants of Ravenhold. Different reasons. I'm not familiar with the markings, though. Please tell me. You've seen these men. How recently?
How many nights ago would that have been?
"It was 4 nights ago. I think you were down plus a night spent here, so 5 nights ago."
Okay, so it's 5 nights ago. Yeah, exactly 5. I met with a.
Oh, wait a second, because Jake saw them as well. Hold on, and Jake saw them a couple days. Yeah. 5 nights ago. Yep.
So exact 5. Okay.
Yeah.
You say I had a brief run-in with a Captain Tor. He has a tattoo of a cat o' nine on himself, while the rest are as Aldo described. He tried to lure me away onto a caravan. I tried to warn Cliven about this, but I'll look at who his father is and say, well, you've met your son. I didn't expect him to run into trouble. He seemed to have dealt with them before, but when he didn't show up, something was clearly wrong. I reported it to the guard in Forvin, but I was already on my way here. I likely beat word of it to this point.
He nods slowly and says, "Thank you. Let me think on this." And you can hear Torgan mumbling something under his breath for a moment. And the hobgoblin gentleman, right? And then Rook turns to you and says,
Thank you for coming forward with this evidence. Do you have any other details that you feel are pertinent to the sentencing of this Aldo here?
Only that if you're considering some kind of recovery effort, the fact that he's an eyewitness to these other men who are relatively unknown could be helpful.
Nods and says,
There are rumors of violence happening, deaths even, I dare say, along the river. We'll hear more of this soon, but thank you. If you have nothing else, please step to the side. I wish to hear from this Tony.
Yeah, he just bows and like backs away, then takes his seat again.
Tony, I would much like to hear your testimony in this matter.
and Torgan says, please tell us how he brought violence to the inn. And Tony goes,
Oh, yeah. He said some mean stuff, and I whooped him. Excuse me, could you repeat that? Oh, he was saying some mean stuff, and he got me all riled up, got my blood boiling, and so I gave him a good old wallop, and
Yes, you did, Tony. A good old wallop.
Rook looks to the guard that's been there the whole time and says,
well, I think this satisfies the concern as to whether or not he was causing violence.
but you councilman, he still certainly was disturbing the peace, instigating it.
Indeed, he did do that. Very well then, with all the evidence brought before and your well-prepared speech for someone who was,
Looks down at his notes.
covered in vomits, even just this morning, I will say that your sentencing will be some sort of service to that of Loshev. I will have your full sentence for you set before the convening of this day's meetings.
Smacks a gavel down a couple times and says,
Please have a seat and await full sentencing. 2 charges, 1 charge dropped, 1 found innocent, and the other guilty.
looks to you, Mikhail, and says,
Is this why you came here today?
It is, Councilman.
nods and says,
Then you may have your seat. I've heard your points and I appreciate it.
the other Councilmember Jem Smith, chimes up and goes,
If you don't mind waiting until after.
I don't mind at all.
and then you can go and find your seat again.
I just kind of give Aldo a nod and go all the way to my actual seat.
And next on the docket here, let's see. Yes. Violence on the roads to the south of Loshev. Investigations have been done, I assume.
And you see an older parent gentleman come walking up. He's, again, mid-50s, probably. So his features are clearly showing. And he steps forward and says, yes, Council Member Rook. Indeed, we have done an investigation, and we found a good deal of evidence to suggest that, fortunately, we've found a good deal of evidence to suggest we might know who it was that was doing these deeds of banditry and violence, inevitably leading to the murder of a merchant on the roads heading north into Loshev. Fortunately, the wagon guard that was hired at the time, who I believe is here today, he says, not looking behind him, was able to, serve those that had hired him well. Not only did he protect the rest of those that were on their convoy, but he was actually able to capture, he was able to collect one of the one of the bandits and bring them back. We've even been able to identify the individual, and we have a good reason to believe we are able to find out who had done this and to chase them down. I don't come before you to bring any charges to individuals because I don't have them in my person, but I do come before you looking for permission to rally up a group of individuals who are willing to be deputized to go and search for those that are doing this banditry in the woods to the east.
To the east of here. Oh, listen, I know that there is interest in this, but there are rumors of what exists in the east. We're all familiar with the rumors, Councilman. With all due respect, I think it's foolish to allow rumors of beasts, fiends, and fae to keep us from having justice be sought, especially with the life of an innocent taken from roads that we are beset with the responsibility of protecting. I seek just permission to open the coffers to hire individuals to be deputized to assist with this endeavor. Do you have individuals in mind already? You seem rather forward with this.
I have individuals in mind, yes, but nobody that I've asked or that has agreed to it yet. So again, I ask a third and final time, will you please open the coffers and give me the ability to set out individuals to find those that did this? Takes a deep breath and then turns and looks at to Councilmember Jem Smith.
Well, Yellen, how do you feel about this?
Huh? Oh, yes, I approve.
Torgan?
I approve. Says a couple of other names. And there's pretty much a unanimous approval on this. So you can imagine Yellen, who we turned to first, wasn't at all listening to what was being said. He kind of approved. It was almost like, you guys can get the vibe that, or for those of you that are paying attention, is probably Mikhail the most. Since Yellen was the one that approved this, the others kind of like felt like dominoes behind it. It gets passed for him to get this. And then he says, thank you. Thank you for that. And to this end, I wish to remain seated to the end of the councils, that lest we have conversation. Like, yes, of course. Have a seat. Have a seat. And then they go through the proceedings of like the rest of the day until there's like an evening, again, a break that happens before they do the final sentencing. So once again, you guys are stuck there for like about 3.5 more hours.
Still have not
this.
called my ass up there.
No, 3.5 more hours go without you being called up there before they do a final break before they do full sentencing and then ends the meeting of the day. I imagine poor Koa is not he's holding his patience together with active fervor. So so at the end of it, my apologies, during the break that happens, you'll actually see a couple of different peoples are going to go separate ways to have discussions. One of them is going to be, you'll see that Jem Smith, Councilmember Jem Smith, will actually wave for Mikhail to come forward. Mikhail, you were able to sit pretty close to Aldo, and so he's waving you forward. I don't know if you exchange any words with Aldo prior to his... He waves you pretty quickly, but I don't know if you guys want to exchange words with one another first or after, but as he's waving you over.
Mikhail probably wouldn't say anything just because he doesn't want it to look like he knows him or something. But
Aldo whispers at you though, through clenched teeth, and he's like, "Tell them to arrest Dan. He's the link."
He'll whisper back and say, "Is he tattooed?"
No, but he met with them. He gave them something.
He just nods.
Okay. So you are going to make your way up there, and Yellen looks to you and says, "May I have a word with you in private?"
Yeah, absolutely. I was going to request it, in fact.
He nods and starts walking away with you, and says, as he's walking away with you, to step outside one of the side doors to be out in the market that's beyond. And you can see it's so late now that some of the markets are starting to break down. It's a bit of a bustle out there. Says to you, how do you know this Aldo?
I don't know him personally. He said something that triggered that memory. I was fixated on those tattoos, and he talked about tattooed men doing, well, shady business. Same thing that I saw. had to follow the hunch.
Nods. Tell me, of my son, what do you know? Keegan, you don't have to give a blow-by-blow. This is
Okay.
literally your last session. Feel free to give as much information as you'd like for the sake of kicking up the RP, but you don't have to go blow-by-blow. People can watch your session 0.
Okay, yeah, he glosses over the stuff that the guy clearly doesn't want to hear, like just them chit chatting and him pissing off the waitress and that stuff. And mostly just talks about like he knows what his mission was, and that I can't remember. I have to look through the notes. He would tell him who Captain Tor was meeting with at that dock area. That rude guy.
Mm-hmm.
And basically just gives him then he'll give him a little bit more detail of
Julius?
whenever Julius, thank you. And then he'll give him a little more detail of when he had that actual confrontation of sorts with Tor, because that's probably what sticks in his mind the most too. And then his last conversation with Cliven, where he was trying to tell him, these guys are bad news, you probably shouldn't go. But he didn't have any... He kind of expresses some, like, remorse, really. He's like, I didn't have anything concrete to show him that they were dangerous, so I couldn't convince him.
He nods. He says, thank you for being so forthright and for traveling all this way to inform me of this. I genuinely appreciate it. Unfortunately, he was out on council business, granted, but I don't think you levy enough evidence to prove uncouth behavior. I don't think I can rally the council to take action on this.
We have to do something. Aldo
He
said
nods.
Dan
He says,
was the link.
I understand. What?
That's who met with him in his testimony. That's who met with the tattooed men. Just like Julius did back in Forvin. They've got to have other contacts or else they'd be exposed quickly.
Thinks for a moment and says, unfortunately, unless we know that these individuals have actually done something uncouth, what charges do we have to level against this guard? We can say that he met with somebody that you are accusing of being some sort of criminal, but what activity exactly? We don't know. So you're just saying that he has simply suffered the crime? Sorry, he has committed the crime of meeting somebody at the docks? It does not work.
He looks kind of frustrated. He goes, I understand it won't hold up to the council, but Councilman, do you believe my words?
He draws a deep breath and he lets it out slowly. And he says, I want to, but unfortunately, we must have evidence to take action. Now listen to me. I similarly would like you to... He says, I similarly would like to see this through. It's my son, in the name of the gods. May Martyr watch over him. But... I would like to ask of you to look into this matter, because I cannot, on an official level, push for this to be done. It would have to be a personal matter. But truth be told, and he says, gesturing to you, like down and up, I don't know if you are fully capable of handling this on your own, Mans. You're not the only one that can verify what it was that you say you have witnessed. We need more testimony than just that of one.
Agreed. I would probably not be capable on my own. I don't even know their destination. Well, wait. He kind of thinks back. Where did he say his caravan thing was? Or did he say?
Are you asking me in game or out of game?
I'm asking you out of game.
They were talking about, they're like, we'll take you on a trip to Hod Glen.
To Hod Gwen, yeah. Okay. He says, no, they were going to Hod Gwen.
Listen, I wish to hire you to look into this matter for my son, for my family, for me personally. But unfortunately, again,
I don't think you are equipped enough to handle this on your own. You must at the very least have this Aldo individual. First I thought him a fool. I'm sure he did so intentionally. Though, the kind of person that would piss and vomit on themselves to be seen as such, to then deliver such an eloquent speech when put before the council is some sort of broken man I wish not to spend too much time getting familiar with. Nonetheless, if he can corroborate your story, it could do well for my son, and perhaps his insanity will serve you well.
He can certainly commit to a role.
But he won't be able to be permitted to take such a task until he has earned his freedom. And he's being sentenced to some sort of duty. And again, I don't think either of you are going to be able to handle yourselves. We're about to give sentencing to him. And there is a matter at hand that I think we might be able to make use of. You see, there's this individual that was involved. Maybe you heard the story, maybe you weren't here for it, but there's a bit of a violence on the road to the south. There's a caravan guard. He's a bit, rumor around town is he's a bit torn up by his inability to protect the proprietor of the caravan, of his family. Family has been trying to pay him, and kind-hearted as he is, he's turned down the pay. Whole town's abuzz about it, even. Well, anyways, I'm almost certain he would be interested in going on the hunt to find whoever it was that did this act of violence, this murder. If Aldo is set upon to do that task, I would ask that you accompany them. It's an opportunity for you to make some coin, but also familiarize yourself with the other two. I think that a man that is as capable as him to done what he did in protecting that caravan, that's the kind of man I want looking for my son.
Yeah, someone capable of dealing with riffraff like that would be a very nice asset to have. I'll accompany them, if permitted.
He nods and says, I suggest you offer yourself to the head of the guard and see if he's willing to take you. Move quickly before the bell tolls.
Oh, right. Thank you, Councilman. We'll do our best.
And you gotta go inside. Wade, you see that the parent gentleman that was there before, that you went up and spoke or whatever it is, that asked you, that sent you off with the hobgoblin, Khalid, to come this way. You see that he had asked you to. My brain's not working. I'm sorry.
I'm just sitting waiting for my turn to talk, man. These fucking old people, they've talked to this dude twice.
So he comes up to you and walks up. He walks over to where you are, looking, barely holding it together, looking bored out of your tree, and he walks up to you and says, "Excuse me, I believe your name is Koa."
Yes, that's right. I lost on the list. I've been waiting here to speak for. When was morning?
He nods slowly and says, "My apologies. A word, though." And he gestures for you to come with him.
Yes, though if they call me, I don't want to not be here.
They're on break right now.
Again, yeah, yes, sure.
You stand up, and he looks at you as you stand up, and you're tall. You're what, 5'11"?
5'10", pretty tiny. For a human.
I gotta say, you're wicked tall. Look how tall you are. You fucking...
He's 5 feet wide with
you
his
took the rug
muscles.
out from beneath me, and it was an inch thick rug.
Scott, Wade knows that 5'10" is barely a flea on a dog.
Oh, God damn it. All right, moving on. So he fucking hate you. So he waves. He looks up to how tall you are because he himself stands at only about like a 5'6" or so, and he goes, they really do grow them big out east, don't they? Step outside with me.
From the north, actually, but yes, I suppose.
Looks at you a bit strange as he walks with you and says, "I thought you were free folk."
Well, yes, but originally my family migrated down from. It's not important.
Yeah, he waves away or whatever, as free folk do from the stories I'm told. Anyways, I'm sure you heard my bits, or were you paying attention when I was standing before the council?
Yes, I'm not gonna lie, I was pretty bored most of the day, but hearing about corruption in the guard and a lost counselor's son and trying to put a party together, I heard everything, yeah.
Nods and says, "Well, as for that last bit, I was curious what your interest would be in doing, well, exactly that."
Assuming the family is done with me, then I suppose I'm free, take on another job, and I'm not gonna lie, haven't exactly had the best time here, so getting out and stretching my legs might be good. Yeah.
He goes, I'm sorry, I'm being rude. My name is Tariq. Tariq Al-Mahir. I am the captain of the guard, if you want to give such a high title to such a small town. I'm the one that oversees the protection of the area. So the death of your friend or employer, he says, like not sure which phrase is more accurate.
After traveling through the woods from Rid, I suppose a bit of both.
And you heard that rumor as well. Shakes his head. Anyways, while most would think that you're crazed for doing so, I see a unique opportunity. You're clearly brave and skilled. You were beset in the middle of the night, attacked all around. Were able to fend off the attackers from not only your own safety, but even that of their young daughter as well, and of their daughter as well, and then you were able to fell one of them. Beyond that, you traversed the forests. You have a unique set of skills that I think would benefit people, and it would not go without pay. But more importantly, if you are interested in serving the family further, perhaps you'd be interested in giving them a degree of justice.
Yes. Yes, of course. Is there a lead as to who? Yes.
There is. The individual that you brought back, or no, you didn't bring him back, I don't think. I think you only brought the father back, and the others the other dead body you left there, and they were able to collect whatever. You know, the individual that you slew, he's of Loshev. So we were able to ask some questions and identify, and at this point in time, we'll actually have Mikhail comes kind of like walking up. We were able to identify him, and we've been asking questions, so we do have a bit of a lead, he says, and then turns to look at Mikhail, who's approaching.
Yeah, so once he sees that there's kind of a pause, he gives a quick bow and says, Mikhail Catherall, I was told to come to you to offer my services if I wanted to assist in... Well, to offer my services.
I'm not sure if I'm hiring any... You don't mean me.
Yeah, okay, sorry. Well, wait, he actually confused me for a second with his characters confusing me. That was funny. Okay, sorry. So, he looks at you and says, "You did not break any crimes when you set up your camp out there. You're not guilty of anything," he says reassuringly.
No, I'm not. That's not why I'm coming to you. He thinks for a moment, just because I'm having a bit of a hiccup. Well, how does he bridge me to this job I'm trying to take on?
What do you mean?
How does the captain get me to Hogwarts?
Oh,
or
because
do
more or
whatever?
less,
Like, how
more or
does
less,
he link me to this?
they want not on an official level, on a personal level. Yellen Gemsmith wants you to go look for his son, and he wants Aldo to go with you, because Aldo is can corroborate your story, has details, so on and so forth, because he saw them as well, and blah 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 blah. But Aldo can't do shit until he has served his sentence. And so it'd be beneficial if his sentence was something quick and immediate, like let's go hunt these people down now, right? So like something immediate. And so Aldo it's like, I'm going to push for that to happen. And while doing so, if you want to join, not only can you get to learn Aldo's character, but he also wants somebody as brave and as capable as Koa to be the person to go looking for his son. So why don't you go and get familiar with him as well, so you can convince him to assist you with that later on. More or less, he's using this other situation as like an opportunity to save his own family.
Right. So, I guess to be more concise, what am I asking the captain?
Oh, the captain of the guard.
For?
Oh
Yes.
yeah. To go on the trip. Like I want to help with this. Like,
Okay. Thank you.
It's up to you for your own reasoning that you want to.
Hey,
You can be
man.
honest with him, or you can be conniving. It's up to you. Who are you saying hi to? Hey, Molly.
My wife.
Holy crap!
Molly. What's up, Molly? Hey, Molly. Wait, how does it go? What were we talking about earlier?
Whatever you're about to do, please don't.
Okay.
You're not the
It
bard.
can't be good.
Please.
It cannot be good.
But it's at the beginning of the stream. No.
I don't know what the hell
Run.
you're talking about.
Before he thinks about it, whatever it is.
Oh, did Molly see pictures of Gwen? Yeah.
I shared them.
Molly, did you see pictures of Gwen? She's so cute. It's crazy how much. I mean, you never, saw a picture of my daughter. She looks identical to Aurora. It's crazy. But either way. Anyways, back
Same
to
parents?
you. Huh?
Same parents?
Hold on. Yes.
Oh, at least one.
Yes.
Sorry.
Yes. Same parents. Yes. Yeah. Yes. Nice. You know what's crazy too is sorry,
Same energy.
weird dad stuff for any of the parents out there. So she was born 15 days younger than Aurora, because Aurora was 10 days late and she was 5 days early. So she was born from due date 15 days younger than Aurora, and she was already a half inch taller, if you will. So I have a really good. I think she's gonna be way taller than Rory as they get older. I'm excited to see how it works
It's almost
out.
your height already then.
I'm putting money that Rory caps out at like 5'2", because Brittany's 4'11", and that Gwen is going to be like a 5'7", like a good bit taller. So we'll see. I'll let y'all know in about 18
Hey,
years.
at least someone in the family can reach
Yeah.
the top shelf.
Excuse me.
We'll have to look back at this stream to see what you said.
In Brittany's family, 5'7's tall. In my family, 5'11 short. So I'm the short one. Brittany's not the shortest at 4'11. So, but anyways, wait, that sounded really bad. In my family, who's standing at 5'11, I am the shortest. God damn it. If that's clipped the right way, that sounds so bad. Damn it! In advance,
I
fuck
had
you,
to
Steve.
Short,
In advance,
and
fuck you,
he's the
Steve.
shortest.
I like how we all were just quiet to be like, we need this clip to be clean. Nobody say anything. Just let him bury himself.
I hate you all.
Never interrupt when they're making a mistake. Okay, so so Mikhail thinks for a second, and he says, "I want to join the effort that Aldo and I don't think I ever got your name, Koa, because I think he did say it right. I'm not crazy. Out of game. I'm pretty sure guy said Koa's name.
Oh, the other guy? I don't remember.
Not while you were standing there.
Never mind. I don't think I ever got your name.
You just
My
say, I want to join the
name,
effort that Aldo and this gentleman. How do you say it, Keegan? Just so Wade can work off it. Sorry.
He looks at him and says, I don't think I got your name. And he pauses.
Koa, and no, I've not. You've had 3 chances to speak now. I'm still waiting for one, so you wouldn't have heard my name.
He looks kind of embarrassed. Oh, right, I'm interrupting.
No, you're fine. Apparently, this is all. I'm just now figuring out that this is all apparently one thing somehow. the dots are starting to connect. That perhaps the man I slew was connected to the group that I really should have paid more attention.
I'm going to stop you there. I don't think there's any connection between. You say that Aldo is a part of this? Has the council already sentenced this? Did I miss that bit?
I don't know anything about an Aldo other than he's the guy that talked earlier. Not me.
He was asking Mikhail, but obviously you chimed in with
Yeah.
that one.
Mhm.
What does Mikhail say?
Aldo saw the same men that are, I believe, have abducted Jim Smith's son.
That's unrelated to the situation on the roads to the south, though. One travels by river, the other is in the forests.
But then I'm confused. What you wanted me to do? What then?
I'm growing confused as well, he says, looking at Mikhail a bit suspiciously.
It's been a very long day.
Indeed it has. One moment, he says, holding his hand up to Mikhail, and looks at Koa and says, Koa, you defended the family before. I'm going to put together a group of people. I've gotten approval to fund it. To have individuals go hunting into the forest to find the rest of those that you encountered that evening, and to anybody else that they may be with. Are you interested in taking up this job?
Yes.
Wonderful. I will discuss with you pay in the morning, if you would like, or this evening, if you care to share some ale. And
evening sounds good because I'm not sure exactly when morning starts here. I thought I was supposed to be here in the morning, and evening and ale sound great.
he nods. He says, I understand your frustration there. You did not need to be here. I think Khalid was just trying to do me a favor. It was unnecessary. I could have found you at wherever you were staying, rather than you're having to come all the way here.
Well, the walk wasn't terrible. It was needed exercise. Apparently I need to be a bit quicker on my feet. But the sitting all day and the smell, not my favorite things. Apologies if that's rude.
Smell?
Must be me.
Just kind of shrugs.
He very badly lies.
And he turns to look at Mikhail and he says,
Who's still making a face at like, how did you not smell that? And then he straightens up.
looks at Mikhail. He says, you just came over here and offered yourself and suggested that Aldo is going to be on this task as well. Be honest with me. Were you just making a side deal with one of the council members?
Only because the DM confused me, but yes.
I'm sorry, is that a drug that you use?
No, sorry, language barrier. I was... This is a bit of a personal quest and a favor, but one that I align with.
Nods and says, so you are... I'm going to have Aldo put onto this task. He looks to you to make sure that... he looks to Koa to say, the one that was covered in drunken piss, in accordance to the earlier accounts. And then looks back to Mikhail and says, and you wish to join these two into the woods to go and find bandits?
Yes.
You think the man who... He can talk, I'll give him that, but everything else about his demeanor... You think he can hunt bandits?
The captain of the guard looks to you as well. What's his name? Tariq looks to you as well and gives you like a question look. Ko asked you that.
Me?
Yeah.
Well, both of you, really. You.
Maybe.
What weapons do you use?
I have a rapier.
That is a weapon.
I can use it, though it is hand-me-down. And I have some other tools that can aid in combat.
I hope they're blessed by Snaga because, well, to be fair, the bandits' tools were relatively shit as well. The rusted blade, the arrows were true, but they weren't. I guess they would have just bounced off. Fine.
Maybe not Snaga, but you could call them a blessing of sorts.
You're sure these two? No offense.
Bong, bong. As the bell rings.
Yes, of course. The more the merrier on this task.
Yeah. Tariq also looks a little perplexed, shakes his head, and then he says, "We should probably get back in." Looking at Mikhail, and then if Koa goes to take a step forward, puts a hand on Koa to hold him back for a second.
He says,
I'll be in a moment.
"Understood. Like I'm more capable than I appear. If you can keep me from getting lost in the woods, that's a skill I don't have."
He remembers how often he seemed lost in the woods. Yes, that shouldn't be a problem.
We still have company. Yeah, he'll leave.
Knowing that he
You know
has
what?
to...
He'll try to bluff that one.
Oh, okay, fair.
Ha!
Yo, holy crap!
We got here, didn't we? Glad I used that on a PC versus PC roll.
Oh, that's awesome. Oh.
You believe him, although I guess you can sense motive it, but
It's gonna be tough to beat. Yeah, I didn't beat it.
oh, he knows the woods. You believe this man will never get you lost.
So he looks a bit happier as he walks away when you're like, I've got that. I can do that. He's like, thank goodness.
As soon as you turn your back, he's like,
So, he knowing that he has to speak quickly because you have to get back inside for the finishing of this, the sentencing, he puts his hand to you and says, "It seems as though this Mikhail has worked some side deal with one of the council members to have this Aldo put onto my task force. If that changes your mind, I understand. Listen, why don't you go ahead and meet me at the Broken Shield? I will gladly cover your evening's tab, whatever it may be, and we will discuss pay on this endeavor. I want to see these bandits brought to justice."
Mikhail at least seems competent. Aldo, I'm not sure. I've every reading I've gotten off of him is a different one, but if I can escort a wagon and child and whatnot, I'm sure I can handle. It should be fine. I'll meet you there.
He nods, and he looks like he's going to say something else. But then, as the final bell tolls, he just shakes his head and turns and walks in, allowing you to walk away.
Thinking about all this stuff, Koa walks back in there. I assume he still thinks he's going to be called, so he.
Yeah, you're welcome. Yeah, you're welcome. It's funny. He told you can go to the Broken Shield, but you just go back in, which is perfectly fine. So to sum this up, eventually you get called up for sentencing, Aldo, and as you're called up, you hear from Counsel Rook. Goes,
Aldo, come forward for your sentencing for this evening. Now, you have been found guilty of disturbance of the peace which has inspired violence that you yourself did not commit. These are the only charges. You've been found guilty of the one. To that, we have discussed a sentencing for you. Please, council member that has sponsored this sentencing.
you see Yellen Gemsmith raises a hand and says, "I think it would be appropriate to have this individual go ahead and aid with the search to the individuals in the woods. Any that would oppose of this." And you'll see that
Koa really thinks about it. You see him like hesitate, and then he just
you see that none of the council members go to oppose, but the captain of the guard, Tariq, he actually stands up and says, "Honored council members, if I may."
Oh, Captain Tariq. Yeah, please, stay your point.
This individual, while has been able to supply for us honeyed words, has only proven himself to be one that can find his way into danger and out of it using such words. And even by testimony of one of my own guards, it was his words that inspired the violence, and it was by his words that he's been able to find himself a light sentencing and even out of some degree of trouble. Now, he may be a capable individual, but none of us have tested it. Actually, I can even go so far as to say one of my guards, albeit likely the largest of them, was able to fell this man with literally a single blow. Is this really
It was 2.
Tony chimes up and goes, "Ah!" You can see the captain of the guard with that interruption. He just kind of steadies his breath and says, I really want to see to it that justice is served, that the individuals that are out in the woods are brought to justice. I truly do not want to send a man out into danger who will only endanger those that he is sent with. Please, I implore that you change your mind in the sentencing. And Jem Smith says, I have a good read of people. You know this to be true, Tariq. And I believe this individual here will prove to be a diamond in the rough. And you actually see, with a bit of a sinister look, a bit of a sinister grin on his face, Torgin, or Councilman Curvrock, says, "Oh, I agree. This is a good sentencing for him. Come now, Captain. Let us test his mettle here and now. I'm sure he will do what's needed."
Wait, what am I being sentenced of?
Finally, Rook just says, "With 2 standing against you, I'm sorry, but your concerns are marked down, but not persuasive. Sentencing to you, Aldo, is you will travel into the haunted woods to the east to track down the bandits that have slain an innocent
Death sentence!
And
You may as well just put my head on the chopping block here and just be done with it.
you will.
You're saying some words to Tony here. You're sentencing me to die.
Quiet yourself, or you will find attacks as well. You have heard your sentencing. You will provide with them best aid that you can, and you will return and find yourself a man free of charges after you have proven your worth.
Knocks at the
He whispers
gavel.
under his breath. He's like, "Yeah, I'm not coming back here."
and then the rest of the proceedings finish. When finally it's over, there's a final banging of the gavel and a gesture to somebody off to the side. There's a ringing of the bell above, and the day ends. Koa having never been called.
Oh man.
He'll just like look up, like if anyone looks in his direction, I guess he'll walk over to Mikhail.
Weren't you here for something?
Yes, I was told to be here early in the morning to speak to the council.
Oh, I must have missed it.
Yeah, me too. But this Aldo, you confident? He doesn't seem to be very.
I'm less so now. But then again, he was very convincing earlier. Maybe it was a ploy.
I'm not sure which one was the ploy.
I hope we get good news. But between the two of us, even if he's not capable in battle, maybe this won't be so bad. I mean, you were able to fell one by yourself and escape.
Oh yes, one shot to the back of his neck is all it took. If only I'd gotten the archer in range.
Wait, the back? Like you got the drop on him?
Well, he tried to grab the child I was escorting, and he was in my way, so I swung my sword. He went down. I went after the archer. I think it was the back of his neck, but honestly, it all happened so fast. I heard him say something about wanting to fetch a pretty penny for her or something like that. I think he was planning on selling her into the slave trade.
Oh, I see.
Which I would have maybe said to the council if I'd ever been summoned.
Well, maybe it won't matter if we do well.
Oh yes, they'll all be dead. I have no concerns about that, as long as no one gets in my way.
Right. I'll be sure not to do that. Though, I mean, you seem competent and
Yes.
strong,
Well,
so...
I like to think so, and wish I'd heard the sounds of the bow or the arrow slinging or anything up until the... Just a little bit more competence, and perhaps Phil would still be alive. But yes, I can hold my own with a drink or a sword. Probably both better than... Is Aldo like being rearrested, or like is he just like sitting there? Like, what's happening with him now that? Like,
Great question.
Just weeping in his seat.
Somebody's actually coming over, and the captain of the guard's actually going over to him and having his manacles removed to speak with him. You want me to go through the RP, or you want to finish what you're doing with what's his name?
I'll finish with him, and then you can go through.
Yep, that's not a problem.
I need to go meet with the captain over at the tavern, but let's hope that he can hold his own and that you're good with your rapier.
Decent, but well, I mean, I'll still be around in the night. It might be good to familiarize ourselves with each other if we're going to be traveling together. And sounds like you've got at least a few stories in you.
I think so. Not much of a storyteller usually. It's a couple of drinks, some sweet words, and then I wake up the next morning and forget her name.
Yeah, that. Well, hopefully you have a good time today. That's better than this one.
Oh,
Basically, the next time you get fucked, it won't be by the council.
Yes, I don't think I'll be showing up to any more summons. Apparently, I have nothing to follow up apparently with, but apparently something.
I hear the keys just always show up late. Then they're more focused on being like indignant that you're late, and then they at least talk to you. I haven't tried it, but I've heard it works.
Well, this is a first, and hopefully a last. But I'm gonna go have a drink at least, and well, if you and Aldo make your way over there, perhaps we can find out how our little group will fare.
I'll see to it. I should probably try to talk to him more in the open now.
I only
We'll
took
meet up
half
later.
the pay for my last job. I'm terrible at negotiating and keeping money, so hopefully you're better at that part than I am.
Brilliant.
Great, because I think I'm the one who's discussing pay tonight.
I'll try to hurry.
Excellent. With that, Koa will leave and head to the bar.
Okay. So as I said, the captain, if you will, went over to Aldo to have his cuffs removed and to speak with him. And so I imagine Aldo is himself being a bit indignant at the moment. So as he comes over and he's like, walks up and he's like, remove his cuffs. And then he looks at you and he looks a little none too happy. What do you say, Jake, as you're looking at the about 55-year-old parent gentleman?
No, I don't care about him. I'm gonna go to leave.
Okay, so as he's removing your cuffs, he looks at you and he says, "Well, it seems as though you're going to be doing a bit of a task for me. Though, I have to ask, how do you know Mikhail?"
Don't know him. I have to ask, how are you involved with Dan over there? Am I gonna get stabbed in the back when I walk outside?
He shakes his head and says, "No, Dan is under my employ. He's a bit of a he's under my employ." And you can roll a sense motive, I should say. Let me do that. Roll a sense motive. Hey, you don't have any penalties or anything like that, just so you know.
Yeah.
12. I would say that you can see that he gives a look at Dan, that it's not a friendly look. Just kind of like looks at him, almost like an assessing look at Dan as he says that. He goes, "He's under my employ. But no, you won't be getting stabbed by anybody, at least not here. Though I hope you're cautious in the woods. I don't want to see anything ill happen to you." But if
You
you don't-
realize this is ridiculous, right?
I do. I fully agree.
I'm glad we agree. This is a death sentence. This council has literally sentenced me to go wandering off into the woods to find a group of murderers? And what?
Holds
What am
up
I
his hand,
supposed to do?
holds up his hand and says, "Wait. Truthfully, you don't know Mikhail.
I don't know this guy.
Then why did he make a deal for you to be put on this task?"
Deal?
He shrugs.
The first I've heard of any deals.
Unfortunately, you're
Wait, so you're saying Mikhail is responsible for me being on this? He sentenced me?
I believe Mikhail has made a deal with one of the council members to have you put on this task. Yes.
Oh, this town is full of corruption.
Well, ever since its founder, no, founded on the virtues of abusive snaga. No. So you, he says, "Listen, let's go and speak with Mikhail. Find out why it was he wanted you put on this task. But nonetheless, this is your task. This is your sentencing."
In regards to this task in sentencing, am I going to be provisioned? Because I've had all my money stolen.
He nods. He says,
Dan robbed me blind,
he nods and
as
says,
well as the indignation of his. Anyway,
you will not be given pay for what it is that you're going to do. This is your sentencing. However, you will be supplied accordingly to make sure that you are able to be successful. I'm assuming maybe one of the reasons why they did this was to save coffers, since it was Yellen that generally oversees financing. Maybe he made a deal to reduce the amounts that he was going to have to shell out for this endeavor. Cold-hearted, if you ask me, and very uncharacteristic of him. It seems to like fall into thought for a second.
very cold-hearted.
Well,
What do you? Has he acted this way before?
he shakes his head and says, "No. Generally speaking, never mind. This doesn't matter. You have your responsibilities. You've had an interesting day. If you would like, if you want to meet at the Broken Shield, I'll gladly cover the tab within reason for the evening."
His eyes widen. He tries very hard not to smile as his eyes just remain wide, and he says, "Yes, Broken Shield. I'll be there."
Yeah. We can discuss what provisions are needed, what pay to be supplied, and maybe take a bit of the edge of the day off.
Yes, thank you.
Nods. And then looks around for Mikhail, but doesn't see him immediately yet. Fortunately for Mikhail, in the moment, he's looking for Aldo, I think. You were looking for Aldo, right, Mikhail?
Yeah.
We can assume, Wade, you're going to head over to the Broken Shield, yeah?
Yep.
We can assume that the two of you are going to be able to meet up, like, outside of this place as you're both meandering about trying to find the... Yes, Wade?
Were we meeting right away, or would I have time to go and try to talk to the family again beforehand?
Yeah, you can definitely do that first. Absolutely.
He would do that first.
Absolutely. So I'll have these two RP, and then I'll kick back to you with the family, and then we'll all meet at the... Cool. So you guys are able to meet outside the place, either immediately outside of it or shortly outside of it, but you're able to bump into one another, one calling to the other as you see fit, on your way over to the Broken Shield. Go ahead, gentlemen.
I don't know. He was looking for you. He probably would have ended up like waiting outside, saying that the captain was barking at you or whatever.
Oh, just the person I wanted to see. Apparently, you've been making backroom deals to have me executed.
To have you executed? You're talking about this venture into the woods.
I don't know if you've noticed, but I'm not Tony. I have no business fighting bandits.
You prefer to stay in that cell? I thought
No,
you wanted to tackle corruption.
When he beat the life out of me and broke half the stuff here, he got sentenced to be a town guard for a while, giving him power over other people. I see exactly how this town works. Not to mention Dan over there is engaging in whatever practices he's engaged. I've been set up from the start.
Yes. So you rather trust your chances here under the sentencing of the guards you know are corrupt, or the guy with the big sword and
yeah,
the guy
I'm
with the
going
rapier
to
out in the
hunt
woods?
bandits.
Yes.
And he winks at you.
Smiles. Yeah. I don't. Obviously, we don't know much about each other, but I think we're going to be working together for a little while.
Well, I assume you got the same spiel, the broken shield or such. He's covering the tab, so feel free to indulge. I know
He's
I would be.
covering the tab.
Yeah. Oh, did he not tell you? Maybe he's not covering it for you. I don't know.
We've all been told different things. Oh well. Yes.
I think one of those councils has dementia.
One?
Yeah, you're right. Several.
Yeah, maybe if they're the same being. I'd honestly like to get away from this place.
This is the worst town I've been to in the last 3.5 months.
Maybe as far as towns go. I was in a little thorp that a building got burned down in. That was pretty terrible.
Yeah, that sounds bad.
Yeah, lots going on, and I don't know if it's just
from
a deer.
A deer?
No.
Oh, good, because the only thing I've heard about Adirians is they're all backward, and so far it has not disappointed.
You know, I've been having a similar experience, and I didn't know if it was me or if it was here.
Oh, it's definitely.
I got robbed. Yeah.
It doesn't surprise me.
Anyway, let's figure out where this broken shield is.
Yes.
So
try and find it.
Yeah, because I'll be honest, I don't have the greatest track record of navigating the woods. My ancestors would laugh me into the afterlife. But Koa seems to, so we've got that covered.
Great. Does he know how to steer a boat?
I didn't ask. Do you?
He just gives you a look.
Well, anyone can row.
True. Listen, are you really gonna do this?
I wasn't sure at first, but yeah, I am.
You know, not only bandits, but there's like something called a plains cat around that just rips people to pieces.
Oh, God. Yes, I was very afraid of those. Haven't seen one yet, so I'm really hoping people exaggerate about them.
Listen. What I reckon we do is we get on a boat, sail down to Hodgwen. I know a couple of guys down there. They're supposed to be heading back up this way, back into Paradel. Let's just go.
Well, before I elaborate on why we will be going to Hodgwen eventually, I hope, I want to be upfront about the fact that that whole story I told was true. That wasn't a rub.
Oh, I believe you. So was mine.
Yeah, those people were going to take me to Hodgwen. And I'm hoping we can figure out what they're up to, maybe break up that ring. I only met with the one of them face to face, Captain Tor. And
Did you say break up the ring of criminals? I hear.
Yeah. I don't mean like we're going to chase them to the ends of the earth, but maybe if we could make an impact, that'd be nice.
But wait, hang on a second. I thought you were supposed to be hunting bandits, now going to Hodgwen to break up a criminal organization?
That's eventually. This is for now, that is for later.
You realize they're already not paying me to do this.
They're not paying you to do this. There is payment in the other thing. That's the deal being struck.
I don't know.
This is for your freedom, right? You're not getting paid until you're free.
Yeah, but you realize I can just go to the next town over and get on another boat and go back to Paradel, and I'm as free as a bird.
I guess that's true. So you didn't leave Paradel for a reason?
No. I didn't. Look, I'm not even supposed to be here. I fell asleep on the boat. I passed port. place sucks. It is the worst place I've ever been to.
Wait, so you fell asleep on a boat long enough to cross the border and get arrested and end up in this situation?
Arrested? I had one of the guards approach me, offering me work, who then arrested me.
He's laughing in character. He goes, I don't mean to belittle you. I have to hear this story.
I've told most of it, but...
Even if he's not covering your drinks, I will. Some of them. I heard about the vomiting. I don't know how much of that was a bit, but you strike me as the type who can put it away.
Jeez. Well, you know, the feeling.
You got to tell me at least the parts you remember.
Yeah, all right, we'll do. Let's get a couple in us first.
Agreed. So we'll start asking around or looking for the broken shield. Because that's not where I wasn't like near there where I already know where it is or anything, right?
Dude, I spent a few days here. I already know where the broken shield is.
Yep.
I
Easily.
name every tavern here.
You're good. All right.
We're, like,
So
in front of it.
Wade, you were going to go and find the family, to find the mother, daughter, blah, blah, blah. So you're welcome to do that. Anything else, sir?
No, that's it. For
Cool.
now.
Then we'll have you go ahead and do exactly that. You can start heading over there. You go walking into, like, knock on the room where the two of them are staying, and the mother will come over. What's her name? Don't tell me. Philippa. Philippa will come over and open the door, and she opens it ever so slightly, with a chain like lock on the door. Sees it at you. She goes, "Oh, Koa," and she shuts the door, unchains it, and then opens it up and says, "Hi, Koa. I was told to we were going to be able to find you today, but we didn't see you anywhere around."
Yes, I was told I needed to meet with the council to explain what happened, so I went over to there this morning, and I sat there all day, and they never talked to me, so it was kind of a wasted day away. I apologize. But I may be getting sent off to pursue the Bowman.
What?
They have a lead, and I volunteered to. I think it's paid. I've not talked about that, but I agreed basically already to go try to hunt him down. I'm not going to let him get away without justice being served.
She says, "You're gonna kill that," and then before she even gets it finished, you hear her daughter from inside that you didn't see say, "Mother," and she's like, "Oh, I'm sorry. Kraling got the better of me."
As she should.
You say that, and she looks back at her daughter, then looks at you with like a bit of a fire in her eyes, and gives like a firm nod. So, when are you heading out for that?
I find out shortly. I'm going to go have a meeting, but could be as early as tonight. I imagine not. Probably tomorrow. We're heading back into the woods. They think that they're somewhere east of here, so I'll be leading an expedition of He pauses for a moment. A few competent men to pursue these bandits, and make sure
Bluff
that.
check.
Sure.
She believes you. She has reason to believe you. You get a +5 against her.
That's true.
But regardless, based on the equipment of the one, I'm confident that even if it was just me, I could handle it. So having a couple of others should ensure success. And I hope to bring good tidings if you're still here when I return. And, well, if you all move on and don't stay here, I would understand that too. So I just wanted to come let you know that there is a lead and I'm pursuing it.
She nods and says, "Thank you for letting me know. I'd like to see you again before you leave."
I'm not sure how late this meeting will go, but if as long as we're not leaving until the morning, then I'll likely wait until then.
Um, I understand. Well, don't let me hold you back from whatever meeting you're having about this. And please, when we speak, let me know. Let me know anything that you do.
I will. Sorry to disturb you so late. I just happened to be sitting outside.
She says, it's never a
All day.
disturbance. Literally, I owe you my life. But more than that, and she opens the door more so you can see like her daughter inside. I owe you for the safety of my daughter.
I wish it was one more.
We all do. But there's nothing you can do to change the past. Time flows only one way. There is... You did everything that you could, and you were brave. She like throws her arms around you and says, "Thank you, thank you."
Well, save some of it for when I return. Just thanks. You don't owe me anything else. But hopefully I bring back good news, and I'll let you know before we depart.
She nods. You obviously leave. You shut the door. She says, "Fine, whatever." All right, you guys are all able to meet at the Broken Shield Tavern. Now, the Broken Shield Tavern, it's called the Broken Shield because the sign to the tavern was originally a shield. But after many years of the wood getting worn down from weather and people having the habit of, as they leave the tavern, jumping up and slapping it really hard, over the years, the shield broke. And so whatever the name used to be is now known as the Broken Shield Tavern. So, broken part of the shield is up there. The other part of the broken shield is sometimes inside the tavern, but nowadays, and since you don't slap the shield anymore, it's a habit of locals that get a little pissed to try to steal the shield and smuggle it out and like keep it for a few days until eventually they return it for it to be rehung up again. It's like a local like thing that they do. So half the shield is still hanging, the other half of the shield is occasionally hanging inside the bar itself. As I describe this place, people get a little bit drunk. It's because it's not exactly a high-end establishment. It is more of a rowdy place that you would go to over by the lower wharf area, the lower docks area, whatever it's called. So when you guys go in there, and the Copper District. My apologies. Brass District, because it's brass pieces, slivers. Brass District. There we go. Over by the Brass District in Loshev. Sorry, that took me way too long to put together for you. My apologies. So when you guys go inside the place, it's already rowdy. Like lots of people have spilled into this place because it's cheaper than a lot of the others, and there are those that have come in for doing trade, so on and so forth. So it's already rowdy inside here. Not rowdy like fist fighting or anything ridiculous like that. Rowdy in the sense that they're like loud, having fun, drinking, so on and so forth. And there's that moment when like you guys walk in, you're like, oh, we're gonna meet the captain of the guard here, but he's actually already over there having drinks, and nobody seems to care that he's here, as they're all being themselves or what have you. So just for the sake of timing here, we'll say that all the characters are able to kind of like go in at about the same time, even maybe meet up. Like as you like one of them's open the door, holding to the other one. The third one comes like holds the door for somebody behind them. It turns out to be the third character as you all are walking into the place. You can see the bartender themselves, Hobgoblin woman. Again, you always know with hobgoblins because women literally have no hair anywhere on their body except for the tufts of fur on their forearms and shins. And so is the bartender that's back there. That's kind of like slunging out drinks as best she can with a bunch of the people that are inside. And you see the captain of the guard, Tariq, and you can go over and join with him. He waves you guys over. There's already 2 pitchers of beer sitting on the table with mugs that are full. So 2 full pitchers in the middle of the table with 3 full mugs already sitting at the table. So clearly there's already drinks here, right? And he like waves you over and goes, "Travel in a pack already, huh?"
Hi.
Yep, we were guided to the same path, it seems. appreciate the refreshments, Captain.
Yeah, I'm already drinking one. I'm not saying anything.
He says, "Just Tariq, please. No formalities. All right, let's keep this simple. There was a murder after a few bits of banditry. The fucks involved, they they lost one of their own, and we can thank Koa here for that." And he actually raises his mug.
They're about to lose a lot more. He says he takes a sip.
Yep. He'll take a sip, and then a second one to what you say there, whatever it is.
Michaela actually kind of gasped because, wait, is that blood I almost camped on from... Did he do that?
Oh, yeah.
Yes, I was hit a couple of times. Oh, you mean the bigger pile of blood? Yes. That was from the man's neck being separated from his shoulders.
Oh, I didn't know that happened.
No.
Wow. Continue. Sorry.
No. Understood. Now, listen. The reason why I'm pushing hard for this, I'm going to be honest. It's not just for the safety of the town. It's important. It is. But Phil's been coming through here for years. He's a good guy. He's a good acquaintance. I feel bad for his widow and his daughter. So, let's see if we can do some justice for this poor man that lost his life for no reason. So the plan is, you're going to go into the woods, you're going to find them, and you're going to kill or capture any that you can. Now, Loshev likes to see to things being less violent than they need to be. So I will say, if you capture any of them, as opposed to killing, you capture them alive, you get an extra gold for each one. Otherwise, it's just the pay that we negotiate now. I'm going to be supplying you some goods that you need to get the job done. You're going to be going into the woods. I imagine none of you want to go tromping around with tents or nothing like that, so we can skip those supplies. I'll get you rations, some rope, some basic stuffs that you might need to get through. I'll see to it that you have a nice...
Couple wine skins.
Couple of wineskins, he says as you finish his line.
A full gold alive per.
Right, that's my question. You meant a gold per live?
Yes. If this is more
Right,
than
so-
just a couple of morons in the woods, you do know that we're going to want to find out any information we can. And while you can say that you found information from someone that you interrogated before they died, it's not going to have the same weight with this council. We're going to have to hear it from the horse's mouth.
Do we have any guess as to how many we may encounter? Because we're going to need things to bind them, perhaps ways of escorting a group back, those kinds of supplies. Is what you're intending, yes?
He nods. He says, as for numbers, if there are 6 total, and I mean including the one you encountered already, then I think that's the upper bit of what can be done. So 5 left. And that's max, absolute max that I would anticipate. So 5 is the max that you can anticipate bumping into. That said, you don't want manacles. Those things would make so much noise trying to sneak your way through the woods. You're going to want some good rope. Tie them up that way and lead them that way.
If there are 5 total, can each of you at least handle 1?
How much am
Of
I getting
course.
paid again?
He looks at you and says, freedom from incarceration. How much do you want to, how much do you think that's worth?
Well, the law in this town, punishes the innocent, so I guess a lot.
All right, I'll take yours too. You can handle at least 1, yes?
Of course. And
Good.
don't worry, Aldo. We'll be kinder to you than the council was.
Much obliged.
Can you do anything?
So elegant.
Other than... Is that your 3rd already? Impressive.
Yes.
Do you have any other Can you fight?
Can I fight? Can fight.
Can you make a distraction? Can you tie a knot?
I can tie a knot.
That will do. I looked at Mikhail kind of like,
You know, sometimes just an extra set of hands is more valuable than it seems.
right.
I will get you the supplies that you need. Now, generally speaking, I would suggest not going inside of a forest that can get as thick as that one at times on horseback. But if I understand correctly, Koa, you have a horse you already traveled through the woods with. So, do you disagree with my opinion on this?
Well, depending on how many supplies we're bringing, and my horse can handle it, yes, and my horse can help us keep an eye on things. Train for combat. We've been through the woods already. I'm pretty confident that the worst case scenario, we can split off. I can send the horse back here, and yes, Night Storm should not be a problem.
My concern is whether or not because I don't have to pay for the services of Aldo here, that means I have a little extra money to work with. Because I think what we can do instead is get you an extra pair of legs, if you will.
Couple wineskins.
I will get I can get a horse with some saddlebags on it, purchase it outright even, and supply it for you. If it survives, you can keep it. Well, amongst yourselves, however you care to.
Yes, I'd prefer a female so that Nightstorm doesn't, well, you know.
Nods. Well,
Oh.
as for actual pay, I believe the customary for free folk is a gold apiece. Yeah.
Is that right?
Yeah. Remember your session 0?
Of course I do, man. That was like yesterday.
Yeah.
Yes, a gold apiece is pretty
Right.
typical.
Gold? Is that what we said before? It was a full gold? Yeah, it was full gold. Okay, then that would be I understand
The
that
trauma of you killing Phil, man, just really helped me forget. I apologize.
I understand Mikhail here is not free folk, but I'm sure there's no offense in him getting free folk pay. So that'll be a gold for each of you. Once the job is completed, that is.
Of course. He was like ready to try to like ramp up, but that's already more than he was expecting.
All right. Well then, gentlemen, I don't want to stay here as the evening gets too late. If I do so, people don't have as much fun as they deserve. So I already have 3 more pitchers ordered from the bar. They'll be brought over as. He looks down and sees one's already empty and the other one started. Shortly.
I pulled my mug as far from Aldo as I could get it.
And it says, you're going to want to head out as early as you can tomorrow. I'll have things arranged for you early morning. So maybe by mid to late morning, you'll want to head out.
Mid to late morning. Yeah, we can do that.
For those...
Forest is certainly kinder during the day. Easier to spot things.
For those that are believed to be accomplices of the situation, I already have details written up. Oh, can you read? He says to Koa.
Is that a skill I need?
No. Wait, hold on. This is Pathfinder.
Yeah, technically, if you have the language in Pathfinder, you're supposed to be literate.
No.
Unless you have something missing.
Well, hold on, wait. 3.x barbarians are illiterate unless they put points and skills to be literate. But I don't remember if that's the case in 1E. Pathfinder 1E.
It's only certain archtypes.
Oh,
it's like,
okay.
There's like one archetype that does that. Yeah.
Specifically, barbarians in Pathfinder are illiterate. So, sorry, in 3.0, 3.5. Yeah. Sorry. He goes. So he asks you, "Are you literate? Not judgmentally, but you are free folk."
We determined I am. Correct?
Yes, you are.
Yes.
Good. Yes, of course.
Okay. He says, "Good. Then, the details will be there for you, all prepared in the morning."
Mikhail kind of looks surprised that you're literate, but he doesn't say anything.
Well, one more thing before it's over. Mikhail, since you negotiated for Aldo to be on this, should he not participate in this or go missing for some reason, I'll assume that you petitioned for him to be on this task so that he would be have this opportunity and that you were an accomplice to his escape. So I expect he will be here through to the end. Thanks. Enjoy your evening, gentlemen.
Of course.
And
I follow. Is he leaving?
he is leaving, yeah.
I follow him out the door.
Okay, sure.
He goes, Aldo, if you could just...
He just like puts a finger up, like the one finger like this, and he steps outside behind the guard captain.
Yep.
He looks like a little like... but
I'm sure he
lets you
notices
go.
footsteps once he's outside and it's quieter, so he could turn to you.
Yeah.
Bo was not bothered at all because he wasn't the one that was put on the hot spot. It was Mikhail, so he's like, not my problem.
You're the hero here, really.
He's just like, he's not gonna run, is he?
Go ahead,
Bo
Jake.
shrugs, takes a drink.
Oh yeah, so I walk out behind him and I walk to the side and I just stick my fingers in my mouth and start throwing up. And then after I'm finished, I'll walk back inside and get another drink. Yes, I'm just feeling a bit sick.
The fuck? What? What?
That's...
He's
None of the
down
things
a
I
little
thought...
too fast. All right, that's it.
Did anybody in chat think that was what is happening?
We have Edward
All of the
Nigma in
different
our
things
party,
I-
and Scott does not know how to break his riddles.
I figured there was something was gonna happen, but not that one.
Oh my god, what?
He's got to make room, I guess.
He drank a bit too fast, felt a little bit sick, needs to keep going. He's got a lot of catching up to do, and needed the room.
Oh my god.
God, we are
Staring
laughing
probably
at
at the
this
door,
man's
like while
illness.
taking a sip.
Just-
I imagine we even had like a little friendly, like, you think he'll come back? I'll buy the next drink if he doesn't, like, even though they're free.
if he doesn't, then I have to go find him.
Oh, that you do.
Fucking guards.
Oh, he's back already. That was quick.
He just wiped his nose. He's like, ugh. Yeah.
Ugh.
I gave him a piece of my mind as he picks up a drink.
And your stomach, it smells like.
Yeah, you'll be right.
You didn't go out there just to throw up on the captain, did you?
What are you taking me for?
He just waits.
To be honest, I don't know what to take you for. You come off as rather brash and disgusting and incompetent, and then you speak, and gold seems to flow from your lips. And then, well, what should we take you for?
Mikhail's like looking out towards the door as like people are coming and going to see if there's any reaction to the pile of vomit.
What should you take me for? Eh? Well, my name's Aldo, so there's that. He just,
That's really a
believes you.
non-answer to anything I asked.
What do you want to know? Give me specifics. Not a
I don't know. You asked what we take you for, and I gave you a bit of a. I guess I want to know. Who the fuck are you, and what are you about? I'm about to take you into the woods to go after bandits. I need to know that I'm not going to be stabbed in the back.
Listen, how friendly are you with the guard here?
The conversation I just had is about the most I've had, other than reporting what happened on my way here. I've not really spent much time here the past few days, so I don't know.
Well,
them
I have
hardly
spent
at
a bit
all.
of time here, most of it in custody. They are highly corrupt. I've been sentenced on a mission which I'm not qualified for, in the
I knew
least. and apparently it's to do with this guy here. And look, I'm just gonna be straight. I'm probably gonna get on a boat the first, one I see.
Well, let me tell you, I am more than qualified to handle a few bandits, as long as I don't, well, get lit with arrows as we approach. Their weaponry was pretty piss poor, at least the one I took out. And if there's only up to 5 more and you're at all competent in a fight, it shouldn't be much of a problem, and then you would have your freedom and you can do as you like. Though apparently, well, I guess I don't fully know, Mikhail. You two had your whole discussion about all the other things going on, so what is that about? It seems that we're being talked about to do more. I guess I don't fully understand either now that you mention it.
Yeah, potentially. It has a lot to do with the man who was abducted, Clive and Jim Smith.
Counselor's child.
Right. I met him in Forvin, and honestly, as much as I'd rather just chalk him up to a victim of a deer, I don't know. Maybe I was just not raised that way.
Are you
feel a bit
from
of
a deer? I look over at
Koa?
No, not originally. My family liked to move around a lot. We traveled south, eventually entering a deer, and we joined the Free Folk. I was there for a couple of years, and then left with a band of mercenaries, and then they moved on, and I've kind of floated around doing my own thing. So am I from here? No. Am I familiar with here? At least for the past few years.
Okay, fair enough.
Is that a good answer?
What's an honest one?
Yes.
You're more from here than we are, for sure. He looks around for a second. I'm from Bard, so Paradel. Though.
Ooh, fancy.
You'd think so, but there are different levels of citizenry. It was nice, trust me, and my education was a good one. I'm here on scholarly purposes, really, but it's gotten a bit complicated. I'm trying to study You've heard of the Adirian curses, right?
No.
Wait, really?
Wait, you have, of course.
I've heard such things. The woods that I crossed over with the merchant family were supposedly haunted, and we saw a fire one night, and perhaps a military regiment moving through another. Otherwise, relatively quiet. So I have heard of them. Whether or not I believe in them is a whole other matter.
There's a lot of evidence to I won't say the validity of all the stories about them, but that there is a relevant source to the rumors and myths that surround these curses. I think they exist, maybe not exactly in the form that we all hear about, but I think it's quite evident that there are powerful forces at play in Adir. And I intend to find out quite a bit more about them, some facts. But regardless, that's not actually what ties you both into this.
No,
Aldo,
but by Moretsk, I'm interested.
Really?
I mean, versus adventure, it sounds interesting.
Oh.
Are there women along the way?
You say that, and then you hear, "Is that there the hero?" And you turn around and you see a middle-aged woman, bodiced up, looking at you and go, "It is! Oh, look at that, the hero of widows. You can be my hero." And she comes over and slumps herself on your lap.
Well, there's at least one.
I mean, is she pretty?
Chat, roll for hot. Pretty please.
With -6 for Scott's accent.
14 or the 4 depends which one we.
I thought it was supposed to be. Is it roll for hot?
I think there's a roll for hot command. Yeah.
Yeah, I thought there was.
Oh, is there?
I thought there was. It's like a 3D.
I think there was on Dale.
People were rolling it. Yeah, they're rolling it during Wade's session. I always forget which.
Yeah,
command
I thought they were rolling it during Wade's session because I thought we had like Rena's character.
I think it's
rolling
number
it.
4. Yeah, I think it's exclamation for roll number 4 hot.
Yeah, I think you're correct. That sounds correct. Oh, two T's though. 2 T's.
Oh, 2 T's.
Yeah. Well, we're hot, right? Like you don't
Tesh
burn
is trying
yourself.
so hard.
Oh no. Oh well. Anyways, might as well just roll a d20, I guess.
Well, we did. We got a 14 and a 4.
Yeah, I have to get a new one. 7. There we go.
Oh,
7
yeah.
works.
Yeah.
All right. So no.
Just
Like
no.
like maybe she was 20 years ago. Now she's just skilled.
Pardon me, ma'am.
Listen, we all
we're
been
having
there.
a bit of a meeting here about. Well, to be honest, I'm not sure what.
She goes, "You're the hero, ain't ya?"
Probably.
Oh, come on. You're one of them free folk, aren't you? Don't tell me you're going to get all expensive on me. I got a room upstairs. You guys are not in an inn. You're at a tavern.
She's just in the attic.
Why don't you head on up, and I will find you shortly after we wrap up here.
She goes, that trick's been played on me before.
It's being played again.
I should fucking mute myself.
She frowns and goes, ugh. And then we'll get up and like appraise the rest of the table and then settle her eyes on Aldo and say, I like the mustache.
He looks at her, grabs a beer, whirls the end of his mustache, stands up, and he says, "I'll take my leave."
And I just put like one hand on like Aldo's arm and I go, "I'll give you half my gold."
He sits back down straight away.
She goes
So quickly.
She started stumbling off and then gets confused when you're not there. And then she's angrily shouting obscenities from across the bar that you're not listening to. Continue, guys.
Jesus.
Well, now
Yeah.
I wish I'd taken her up on it.
Looks like there is a little payday coming for Aldo, eh?
Does that happen often?
I'm not sure if he walks away with middle-aged women often.
No, I mean, do they usually walk over to you?
Even before I was the hero. He'll take a sip.
Might be something more dangerous in the town than out in the fields with the plains cats.
I'll take the town over the cats.
I have not encountered any of the
Bet
cats,
you would.
but I've heard of them. I don't think they're in the woods, though, so I wouldn't worry too much about them. They are called plains cats. Yes.
Wasn't I saying something before?
Yeah, you were talking about all these curses and things, and I asked if there'd be women along the way, and then, well, apparently
One appeared. Oh,
Yeah.
ask again. Maybe something will happen.
I'm gonna look around to see if there's any pretty women close by.
You look around to see what's close by, I'm sorry?
Any pretty women before I try to summon one again. Like, seeing if my power works.
Sure. Why don't we have chat roll a d20 one more time? I'm sure there's definitely pretty ladies there, but anybody that's...
I'm talking about my immediate vicinity.
Oh, I mean, again, you're at a bar. There's
Okay.
people there. Somebody your character might
13?
find attractive.
Dude, listen, we take 13s. We take.
Excuse me.
See,
A
13,
new
an
chatter.
11, and a
It
nat
literally,
20.
literally somebody. I'll actually take it from them because they literally earlier this stream it was a first time chatter. So welcome, first time chatter. We will take your result I don't know if it's Sakis, Cakus, Sasis, Casus, but there's a 1 at the end.
Oh, we're taking the 20.
Oh, we will take that one.
Apparently.
Yeah, they're the first time chatter, so
Can we take
they're
a 20
more
in this
valuable.
campaign? Can we just do that?
we
I will
what?
take a 20. You can take a 20.
Actually, that's a thing in Pathfinder. Take a 20 is a thing in Pathfinder. It just takes an extended period of time to do it. You can't do it all the time. There are limits to it, but you can take 10s and take 20s.
Well, okay. If I don't know if I was ever encountered a 20 before. In a
I
deer?
mean, that's not true. In a deer. Yeah, maybe not. I was gonna say, what was Rena's character from World of Darkness or whatever?
Well, that's not Koa.
That's fair enough. Okay, cool.
That was
So anyways,
Sam Campbell.
you see a drop dead bombshell, like dressed well, absolutely fine looking, et cetera, lady in the bar.
What was your question?
I was saying you should do your oh my goodness.
Yes.
That-
Yes. To answer your question, I am the hero. I'll say like exceedingly loudly to you.
And you were wondering if there were any women here. That's what you said last time.
I'll use it to distract it. I'm gonna steal one of your drinks.
Fuck it. Just lets it go.
That's a 21 slot of hand.
There you go.
Oh, then he doesn't even notice. I'm not even gonna roll against it. He's like still distracted talking to Koa, and he puts his hand on the table where it was, but he doesn't even look, and he just kind of gives up.
Did we have any other business to discuss? You were talking about curses and such.
Curses, right?
He's like trying to get her attention, like just smiling, maybe puffing out his chest a little bit.
Ignoring you.
She looking over here.
No, if
It's
she
back
did,
again.
she would clearly be walking over already.
Right. No. So to continue my thought.
Yeah.
Never mind. You should go.
No. This is important and just. Damn.
You should go. You know what? We'll have time on the road.
Oh, you're not wrong.
Damn. He was definitely gonna go if you resisted one more time. He was gonna turn
Watch
around and
and
go.
learn. Scott, we don't have to RP this out, but Ko is 100% going to try to score a place that. Oh, okay.
Yeah, you're gonna walk over to her.
We don't have to RP it out. I'm just going to try to score a place to go tonight.
Yeah. So you go up to her, and it's literally one of those things. You go up and you deliver your line, and she just looks at you and says, "I'm sorry. Who are you?"
Oh, just a mercenary passing through. Got a little bit of notoriety here.
While
for
he's
feeling
talking,
abandoned
she looks
on the
over
road.
his shoulder and seems to be interested in something else at the time.
I've kind of like leaned my chair back so I could like hear, but I don't want to look because that's sus. I'm just trying to listen to see if he's doing well.
I'm actively looking.
Go ahead, Wade.
Well, I just didn't know you seemed alone over here, and I thought maybe I'd give you some company.
She looks down at you, realizing that you finished speaking, and says, "Thank you," and then looks away from you.
It's not going well.
He's like trying to play it cool, so he's like feeling your guys' gaze.
I
Right.
feel like the disappointment just.
You hear like a loud whisper as Aldo says to Mikhail, "Hope he's better at bandits than he is with women."
I wish you two the best. He'll kind of say as he walks away. More for you two to hear than him, or more than her. Engaged, it seems.
That's rough, buddy.
I've only got a 75% success record when they're engaged or married. Must be the 25.
That's pretty good. I will take out my
Very good.
lute
Yeah.
and start playing, almost like a diffuse the tension kind of thing.
No, not necessary. You can tell me about the curses and stuff.
Right, of course. This helps me focus.
Yeah. Nothing sad. Don't play anything sad.
as the evening rolls on, and
Yeah.
Jake's character gets really fucking drunk, and the rest of you just get tipsy. Maybe Wade gets a little drunk. So what did I say? There were already 2 pitchers plus 3 full beers, and there are 3 more pitchers coming, so 5 pitchers. Jake's character drinks 3 or 4 of them, and you guys share the other 1 or 2. Maybe order a little extra. Jake drinks that as well. Anyways, so you the woman that was there, you later on realize she's apparently of the Fox family, and which is one of the most like premier families that are here in Loshev, and certainly has no interest with somebody as low as yourselves. And so, like, for you to catch the eye of a fox,
Are her eyes okay?
for you to
Because,
catch the eye of a fox, you're gonna have to be something more than just some peasant rolling in off of the streets, right? But either way, ends up meeting with another individual. The evening rolls on, and eventually you'll find your ways to your inns where you're able to spend the evening. In the morning, when you wake up, Wade, your character is actually going to awaken to a knock at your door. Early, mind you, like fairly early. Jake, your character sleeps in, of course.
yes. Who's there?
If it's not too intrusive, it's Philippa.
No, not at all. Just give me a moment to we'll like quickly put on something.
Okay.
Come in.
You say that. There's no lock on the door, so she goes in. And she'll walk in and say, I'm glad we were able to meet. Were you able to get together a group of people? Are you heading today?
Yes, this morning I was going to stop by before we left, which is, how early is it? Probably a couple hours from now.
Tariq already spoke to me last night.
Oh, good.
He told me, but he had a look in his eye that had doubt. And so that's why I wanted to ask you.
Well, there's 3 of us heading out, and one seems pretty on board, and the other, well, seemed a little shaky until the compensation was amped up a little bit, but we got it negotiated after he left last night. What was his name?
Tariq. Or Tariq, if you want to do a hard R.
Yeah. After Tariq left, we got it settled, so I'm pretty confident that we will have 6 boots on the ground.
She nods and says, wonderful. Good. I'm glad to hear it. Well, with you going back into those woods, I know that they're not easy to navigate. So, I didn't realize we had this before. Otherwise, you probably should have been using it. If you're willing to take a gift, and she pulls out a small wooden box.
Yes, if you insist.
I do. I also insist on you taking the potions that were promised you.
I was already given 1.
I understand, but there were 2 more that were owed.
Well, I'd said to take the night a day or 2 ago to think on it, and if you were still sure, then I wouldn't fight you anymore, but...
She holds up a
again,
hand and says, you're a kind man and you keep saying no. But I would not... My daughter... Please, just take them. I want to make sure that you come back alive.
I will.
She will pull a potion vial. Looks very similar to the one that you were already given before, but also a very different looking one. It even has like a strange stopper onto it, a very strange looking stopper, and a very strange looking liquid, almost like a silvery, like a mostly clear liquid, definitely translucent, right? But has like a silvery sheen, like there's something almost like a slime inside that moves as you move it around in your hand. Moves very slowly, very viscous.
I'm not sure I know what exactly this is.
She nods and says, it's an oil. It can take even the poorest crafted weapon, the poorest crafted blade, and it'll make it cut true, even if only for a short while. It will have a fine, fine edge. It will cut as true as you could hope.
Well, that sounds handy. My blade's in pretty good shape, but could always be better.
Even on a fine blade, it will serve purpose.
Well, may it find good use in bringing justice to your family.
Well, thank you for everything that you've done. And I hope I'm able to see you again when you return, if we're still here. But the road beckons, and we're not going to be able to stay for much longer.
I understand. Just make sure you find someone else you trust to guide you. If it's just you two on the road, and well, if there's one group of bandits out there, there could be more, right? Be safe.
Yeah, you as well. And then she'll like go step up and give you another big hug. It was like a very lingering hug because like obviously she's just like it's effectively a potential goodbye and genuinely concerned for your safety because you're going to hunt them, but also like a thank you because you're going to go hunt them and everything. And then she'll whisper to you, "No mercy." And then she like will pull back, and you can see she like looks almost disappointed with herself that she says it, but like steels her jaw and then will turn and leave.
He'll take a look at it was 2 potions he was handed, right? Were they both the silver ones?
One was a silvery one was another healing potion.
Gotcha. Another healing.
Yeah.
He'll take a look at them and put them with his others. And,
Yep.
I guess
And
get
just
ready earlier for the day.
just to be in layman's terms, it was a potion of magic weapon.
Okay.
So I saw Keegan. It looked like you recognized that, but oil of sharpness is what they would call it in 5e, I believe.
Yeah.
A potion of magic weapon. So.
Yeah, I figured it was magic weapon or keen edge.
Yeah. Oh man, keen edge. Oof. But either way, so moving on. So you were doing what, Wade? You looking at the potions?
He just takes another glance and like just thinking about what she said, and he pockets them. And I guess he just gets ready, packs up, and gets ready a little bit earlier than he intended.
Okay.
Goes to wait for the others.
Yeah, Mikhail, you get up at whatever time you normally would. That's fine. You're not hungover or anything. I imagine you were a bit reserved with your drinking last night.
Yeah, he definitely is now.
Okay.
Yeah, one time he drank before he got fucking robbed, so you know.
That's true.
He doesn't know these people.
And so when you go downstairs, Mikhail, because you're not like held up by this conversation, whatever it might be, you'll actually see that as you're getting yourself ready, you'll actually have the captain of the guard will meet with you. Tariq will meet with you, and he'll be like, oh, hey, like I've got these provisions. Again, I have like rations and some rope and so on and so forth, for your characters to be able to some kindling, and whatnot. As for a steed, he said, I tried like hell to get my hands on a proper horse for you. Unfortunately, all I can get was an ass. So I named it Aldo, and he has a literal like a donkey with saddlebags or whatever on it, and
He'll do.
They carry your supplies. What's up?
He just says he'll do, or she.
You say that, and he stops and he looks down. Maybe Aldo is not a fitting name.
All right, she it is. Maybe we'll let him name her. I don't know. Good names for donkeys?
Shrugs.
Do they
and says,
bite?
No. This one's tame. And he goes to scratch it behind the ear, and it does like the little ear floppy thing. It seems tame. So.
Oh, good. Okay.
Yeah.
He goes over and starts like petting the donkey, waiting for the others.
Yeah, it looks like it's going to bite you.
And he stops.
Yeah. Pull your hand back.
No, never mind.
So
No one likes him.
Wade's able to come down. See the donkey, see the stuff, so on and so forth.
Morning, Koa. Do donkeys bite?
They have mouths.
No, it's just. So he left us a donkey. He couldn't get a horse, and when he was petting it, it was fine, and then I did, and it looked like it was gonna bite me.
Wade, you handle animal?
I was already heading.
I guess
Yeah, you're fine. You pet it, no problem.
No, it does not bite.
He looks very wary at the donkey. That didn't look any different than when I did it.
He'll pull out like one of the things he feeds his own horse and like feeds the donkey.
Oh, the donkey eats it. It's happy.
I probably shouldn't pet it while it's eating.
I mean,
You know, we'll see if maybe
here, try it.
I'm gonna see how it reacts to Aldo first, and
Oh dear God. He doesn't even mean to say it out loud. He just does.
well, if it likes him, then I'm probably okay.
I'm hoping he surprises us. I'm a bit. I mean, driven by money, I understand being a mercenary, but he seems well useless so far.
Yeah, I just can't shake the feeling that that's on purpose. I've known people that they smoke and mirrors. They don't really want you to know what they're capable of. It can be very effective.
I hope that's true. At the very least, we have a human shield. At most, we have someone useful hiding behind a drunkard's frame. So far, his only skills I've seen are telling a story, drinking, and vomiting.
Well, if he dies, then we have to carry his body back. Otherwise, they're going to think he ran, and then I'm going to go to jail. And I'm not going to go to jail.
Well, we should have a horse and an ass to deal with him.
I should probably go wake him up. I don't know if he's going to just pop up.
He did drink the entire bar last night, so that's a fair point.
He drank like he was hydrating after. I'll go get him.
If you need the donkey, I'm not sure I can make it up there, but we can tie a long rope.
I think you and the donkey. And he just nods and keeps walking.
He just shrugs and pets the donkey.
Like, we gonna get a donkey show?
No, Scott. Jesus. I just don't want to get bit.
Okay, I don't know. Okay, you and the donkey. Anyways,
I mean, that's up to Koa. I don't know.
She doesn't bite. I already told you.
Okay, so
All right, I'll go try to wake up Aldo.
you got to wake up Aldo, and Aldo is sleeping.
Yeah, that's why I'm waking him up.
Yeah.
So, knock louder.
Aldo does not answer his door.
Is it open?
You open the door because none of the doors have locks.
Yeah.
And Aldo's not in the room. Looks like it wasn't slept in last night.
Son of a bitch. Like, go back downstairs.
I thought you were just gonna open every door.
I'm gonna ask around and see if anybody's seen him.
When you ask around to see where somebody saw him go off with that woman from the night beforehand.
No, they didn't. All right. Okay, after I wake up from the
She's on the
weird
roof of
dream
the
I
tavern.
just had.
I'm sorry, Jake.
Obviously, he's gonna
I'm not
take that.
disagreeing. Definitely didn't make it home.
The gentleman got a payday.
Which one? There's two living.
Not the 20.
Okay.
Not the fox.
Oh, so I need to go to the attic.
Dude, I'd
Okay.
leave the campaign.
By the fox, I'm not referring to her as a fox, as in like she's a fox. I mean like that's the family's
Yeah.
name.
It just happens to be
I
fun.
don't know. If I roll a 100 on this D100, I'm just saying.
We're gonna lose Wade.
The guy who walked in wiping vomit off of his face. She's just like, my
Jesus
kind
Christ.
of man.
That's so much closer than I'm comfortable with. Fucking 80.
I didn't like the 1 in 100 chance.
So once that's clarified, I'm like, okay. I do live in this reality.
Yeah. Okay.
Um,
I was confused while you were, but then I didn't realize. I was like, oh no. Yeah. So, anyways, you weren't far off. She was more or less in the attic of the other place. There is a small room that's up there, and you find him, and she comes over and opens the door, and she has her undergarments on, and she opens the door. She goes, "I don't know you."
No, but you know my friend. I've come to retrieve him.
Oh, he's all tuckered out. She says, yeah. And she actually opened the door wider and push past to go downstairs, leaving you up there with him so you can collect them.
Go over, just shake him.
Yeah, you can wake him up. Up to you guys if you want to RP at this point, or Jake if you just eventually come to and.
Yeah, he'd wake, but he'd start talking kind of gibberish in Golden for a little while. So I don't know if you speak that.
You can roll linguistics.
I don't speak it, but yeah, I was gonna say, can I roll linguistics to see if I know it?
Yeah, if you have at least
or
one
know
rank
what
in
it
it,
is?
you can roll in it to identify it.
I do.
Okay, there you go. Boom. 1 second shot. He's going to see if he can identify the language.
Okay. Oh crap! I didn't
We're
see the
off
query.
to see the lingo, the wonderful lingo of Scar.
All right, now I should roll.
Here we are. What's that?
I don't know if it.
Yeah, I think that's good enough.
matters
Yeah,
what
that's fine.
language they speak.
You would
Okay.
you would know because at first you hear a language that sounds familiar, you don't know what it is, but then he says a particular cuss word that you're familiar with, and you're like, "That's golden," or at least that word was.
I'm not fluent in Golden. You back with us?
What was his name again?
Oh geez, Mikhail, we got to get going. It's morning the next day.
Oh, yeah.
Do you remember being arrested?
What?
Never mind. Let's get up. Let's get you probably some water, probably a lot of water, and then some food.
Yeah, he gets up and he starts putting his stuff back on, I guess. He would get out, he's probably fully just naked. And he just stands there for a minute being like, oh. Where is
Just
it? He
sort of
bends
standing in the
right over
corner.
to grab one of his boots.
I don't need to be here for this, do I? You can get downstairs by yourself.
You're the donkey.
He's covering like sensory where you are.
Yeah, so it's going to be about 10 minutes, but then he'll make his way down.
Oh my god. Dude, this man come out of jail, hasn't probably showered, just had the night.
Yeah,
Nothing that you saw would be anywhere close to okay, even in the best circumstance.
When Mikhail comes back downstairs,
I had a
to
shower
wait-
yesterday. Very,
When?
Yeah, I was assuming
when I
right
got
to the bar.
in the jail. In the jail, remember?
Oh, so
Oh, a
Keegan,
shower. Yeah.
Keegan, do you know what the donkey is?
Yes.
Okay, I'm sorry. That was
Unfortunately.
that was just too perfect. Oh my god.
Mikhail probably doesn't, but
Yeah.
so he doesn't get the joke.
Aldo.
But he gets back downstairs to wait. He looks upset, just he's shaking his head. She goes, he'll be down in a minute.
This
Maybe
is
a
the
few
tavern.
minutes.
So am I over here with you?
Yeah, you would have traveled over with him. Actually, wait.
Okay.
During that
I
point in
imagine,
time,
but-
before you respond, he'll be down in a minute. That line being fed to you in a minute. While he's there, you actually have a moment while you're downstairs waiting, probably leaning on your horse or whatever it is. Kind of like old cowboy style. Back, on your heels, leaning back against the side of your horse. You have that box that she had given you, but you haven't opened it yet. Would you want to?
Oh
open
yeah,
it now?
yeah.
So
I would
you open it up, and you open it up, and the thing inside has some packaging, to keep something safe. So you open up a bit more wood inside that has so at first you open it up, and there's more wood that has holes bored into it to allow you to kind of grab with your fingers and lift up. Where it has more of a carved holding spot. So as you lift up that piece, you can see that the inside of this one's all velvety, so to keep something like nice and secure and safe. And inside that, you see the strangest looking device. It's like a weird circle that is, oh, okay, no, it's see-through on the top, has glass on the top, and it has markings around the edges that, like, you've seen markings like this before, but you're not familiar with it. And there's like a stick inside of it. And as you're like looking at the thing, the stick starts moving. Like, what the heck? And you like stand up off the horse and like turn to your side slightly. The stick moves somewhat. Like, what the hell is this thing? It has these like weird markings. It has this like moving stick inside of it. It's this weird circle. You have no idea what this is.
And this was the thing that she had said to him would be useful that she should have let him use on the journey here, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do I know what it is if I can see it?
So, wait,
I mean, I think I know what it is.
Yeah.
But,
Right.
Do you do anything
I'm
else
just
before
curious.
Mikhail joins you?
Yeah, he's probably like talking to it, trying different things to figure out how to activate it, what it is. They had magic knives, so maybe it's a magic orb of some kind. So you'll find him looking at this and talking to it, trying different things, looking very perplexed, tapping, touching it to metal. I don't know what part you walk out during, but he's doing all kinds of things. Yeah.
Imagine he's not even aware of it at first. He's like, he'll be downstairs in a minute. And then looks
Yeah.
up to see what you're doing.
Like he's just
minutes
distracted.
Yeah.
Like he's been talking for a second. You probably don't even like pick up that because he's just mumbling complaints, and he's just like, "Are you listening? Where'd you get a
Yes,
compass?
minute. A what?
A compass? The thing you're holding?"
Oh yes, of course. It was a gift from merchant family. I was just making sure it was in good working order. You know, these things could be very. What is a compass?
Could you roll me a praise check?
Me or him?
Keegan.
You want me to? Okay. Appraise.
Not just that it's a compass, the quality of compass that this is. You wouldn't be surprised if this thing's worth like 10 gold. Like literally like this right here is an insane amount of money. Not just that it's a compass, but also the quality of compass it is. And then when eventually your character sees the box that it's put in as well, like this thing could probably fetch for a really pretty penny. If you find the person that knows what it is, has value to it, so on and so forth, a collector, whatever it might be, you could probably get a good amount of, like, this is in effect, in and of itself, a treasure. So you're like,
Yeah.
you get a compass, which you already know is expensive, and then you look at it and you're like, holy shit, it's not even blemished.
Yeah. So he says that when he finally goes, "What is a compass?" He's like, "It's a." Hold on. Let me see that when I'm not trying to turn my eyes off. Walk over. That's. Oh my gosh, that's flawless. Who gave this to you? That's worth. He like steps to the other side to like shield it from like the street. He goes, "That's worth a lot of money. This is
Well, the
used to tell
merchant family,
directions."
as a gift for, you know, saving the two that I did and getting them here. This was their thank you, along with the like show his pouch of like the two healing potions and the other potion.
Those must have been fairly successful merchants.
It seems so. Yes, they actually had a wagon made of what was it called? Some kind of wood, dark wood.
Sounds exotic.
Expensive, yes, and yes, I believe they were relatively successful. I was actually supposed to be paid even more with coin as well, but I insisted they at least keep that as, you know, funeral arrangements and the like. But no, they gave me this compass, which will be very handy on our journey because it
It helps tell directions. You can always know which way's north. And he'll like kind of show him how to read it. He goes, "You probably won't need this, but what if we're separated?" I mean, like starts kind of going over the details of it. I won't bore chat.
Oh no, we got lost several times on the way here. This should come in very handy.
Oh, you did?
No. Listen. The woods can be. Whenever you're just in them for weeks at a time, you can you think you're going east, you're going southeast, just minor things whenever you can't see the
Oh.
sun. So yes, this will come in handy and prevent minor inconveniences. We came out a little bit closer to, was it Foven?
Forvin.
Orvin than we meant to, so slightly askew. This will just make us more precise, is what I mean.
It certainly will. Like before Aldo gets back down and goes, you actually know the woods well?
I mean, we navigated all the way from Rid through them. And by we, I mean, well, me.
Fair enough.
Before that, no. God, no. I'd never been in them before in my life.
That's what I
Slap
was
you on
looking
the
for.
shoulder.
Oh boy, yeah, this is gonna be something.
Well, I mean, if bandits with nothing but a rusted blade and a few arrows can survive in them, I'm sure we'll be just fine.
Different specialties. It's entirely possible if they know the terrain better, and they probably will. They could get the drop on us, and I think it just means we just need to move a bit more carefully than maybe I thought before, especially since we're in that same vicinity. If we walk into an ambush, it could be the end of our little trip.
Well, then we shouldn't walk into an ambush then, should we?
Fair point. They're just not normally sitting out in the open with a sign saying, here's the ambush. That might be an interesting tactic.
You know, Aldo was pretty good to get a drink from the moment we took our eyes off of him. Maybe he's got a keen eye and can be our scout. There's an ambush, perhaps he'll find it for us.
I think if we send him ahead, we just never see him again. Then again, he really did seem to want the gold, so...
And he seemed afraid of the woods. I don't think he'll want to get too far. I mean, even if he can handle nothing as fine as a rapier, but a dagger or something, I think you don't want to take a bunch of bandits or a woods cat with that.
That's true. I don't know. I think he's probably got some skills he's just not being forthcoming about. Normally, if you're really afraid for your life, you're not so quick to accept the coin. Not without caveats.
That's true. He is a bit mysterious. I'm sure he'll be fine, but we'll find out his skill set soon enough. And if we get ambushed, well, saves us the trouble of finding them. Survived an ambush from them once.
I guess that's true. That's...
Also, like the
I just want
armor
to
where
point
there was
out...
like an arrow mark.
Yeah, 'cause, see, I just want to... That's the thing I wanted to point out. I think you're the only one who has, like pokes apart the armor. This.
Wait, you're going into the woods to hunt bandits and you don't have any armor?
Who can afford armor? We're not all free folk.
Oh.
I got robbed, I told you.
Well, I thought they took your money. I didn't know they took your dignity, too.
Not until now.
Sorry, that might have been rude.
But no, I'm a classically trained troubadour, right? I'm not familiar
Troubadour?
with the use of heavy armors and such.
Troubadour.
Storyteller, wandering... Well, what would you guys
Storyteller.
call it? Just,
You
Yeah.
guys are outside the inn, right?
yeah, we're like right outside waiting for you.
I think at this point, like Kramer from Seinfeld, the door just smashes open and Aldo stumbles out.
Wait, does that mean he starts saying slurs too, or?
Jesus.
No.
Sorry.
Well, he's speaking golden. Who knows what he's saying?
Keep saying Dell with the hard L. Like, I don't like that. I don't like that.
Oh my god. All right.
Trouba. Oh.
Like a minstrel. You have the loot. I tell stories.
Well, excellent. Along with your combat prowess, that will help keep our morale high.
It
Morale
should.
high. Yes. Where are we going?
South.
wood.
The captain of the guard, I was actually going to have him come over beforehand, but now that before Jake got here, see if he has an opportunity. But you went on long enough that it's probably more fun that he's down here. So the captain of the guard comes walking over. As you're like, where are we going? He walks over. He goes, hey, all right, get the last couple details for you. Sorry, I had to get the rest of the stuff together. All right, here we go. Here are the writs, he says. Because you get a couple of like things tied over his shoulder, like skins tied over his shoulder, and he holds out like a tube, like a scroll case. And he says, here's the writs and details, some descriptions of them. We don't have much of a sketcher here, but we have somebody done up some pictures of who he's known to spend his time with and whereabouts that we think that they might be. There's a basic map in here that you can try and use, and where we think that they could have gone from reports of where other people have been attacked before. Ain't no one with no, sane mind is going to go too deep into those woods. He says, avoiding eye contact with
I've
Koa.
been all the way through them already.
Yep. And and then I was able to wrestle together 4 skins for you right here, he says. Wine skins.
Wait, two separate words, right? 4
You
space
wrangled what
skins, right? That's, he said it so.
Thank you
So
for
close
polishing our
together.
knob before our journey, but we weren't expecting that. I was wondering where I'd left that.
I get it.
I was just thinking, tied together over his shoulder in 2 sets of them. 4.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're just like, whoa. Usually we take like teeth or ears or something, my dude. Like, what are you up to?
All
That'll
right.
help us find them.
Belly hurts.
Ah, the ballless bandits. I'd heard of them.
Give up, villains. Surrender now. Either your 4 skins or your lives. Either way, we're paid. They would have to fucking fight us.
Oh, God.
Oh my god.
Good tactic. They'll never have the balls to do what they're doing again.
Oh my gosh. Yeah. Okay. So that happened.
So butt chugging's not okay, but that is.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
Wait.
I
Different
just wanted
world,
to make
Wade.
sure I know where the
Different
line
world.
is drawn.
There
You know,
might
if we
be bu-
decide to start collecting foreskins, just play it off like that's normal, we could probably make it a thing.
Listen, butt chugging might be okay here.
It is a deer.
All right. Are any of us good with poisons?
Moving on. Moving on. So, where were we? So, he comes over and he slaps one of the sacks, and I have your 4 wine skins here. No, look at him. He's a Fuck you, Neil. Oh, God. Ah. Oh, God.
Well, one of us says "ow," and then we continue.
All right. So, anyways, so I imagine as he slaps the one of them and says, "I have the 4 wineskins here." I don't know how your characters will react to that.
I'll go to take them.
I think. No, hold on a minute. I saw what you're able to do with a single. Well, 10 minutes. I think we should divide those up now before we venture too far forth.
2 for me, 1 each for you. Got it.
I'm fine with that, honestly.
The captain, who does not know your reputation, because you have not been here long enough to actually earn a true reputation yet. It's like he went back and checked this tavern that you're standing outside of. He just walked up to here because he saw that you were here. So he'll actually say, I mean, like looking at the 2 of you with like sympathy, he's like, I mean, the man isn't getting paid. At least let him have the wine.
Some of it.
Shrugs. Yeah, of course. And he'll hand like the 2 that are tied together over to what's his name? Aldo. And then he hands the other 2 tied together to Koa, expecting that you would split it off and give 1 to. But obviously, you guys do what you want with it. He's just.
I
doing
think
that.
that's probably fine.
Yeah.
Cool.
We
It's
accept
just
defeat.
easier,
When they were handed to Aldo, those two were gone.
right? They stopped existing. He already drank them.
He is
just
taking
empty.
a drink because you know
Oh.
He's
he
doing
has
a
a bit of a
handstand,
hangover,
drinking
and
one with
there's
his
only
mouth
one way to
before
cure a
the other.
hangover.
Okay. So he's
Hair of the dog.
cool. So he goes as he looks now cautiously at Aldo, who's already popped one and is taking a swig of it. He says, "Then I believe you have everything you need. Best of luck, and I will see you when I see you. Get the
Hang on. Weapons?
You have a weapon.
Do I?
Did you not come to town with a weapon?
I'm not a soldier. I came on a boat from Paradel. I don't have a weapon.
Yep. Give me a minute." And he walks off.
Crossbow, bow, something if you have one. You know, just lying around.
Oh, at this point, looks at Mikhail again.
Mikhail has kind of like a like he doesn't seem convinced, and then when the captain leaves, he goes, "You really don't have a weapon?"
Do I look like a fighter? Do I look like I go around fighting people?
You don't have to be a fighter to have a weapon.
I suppose I could just wave it at people, right?
Yes, actually.
Yeah, that gets you in more trouble than it's worth sometimes.
It makes you look like a mark. Without one, at least.
Who's the one that got robbed again?
Didn't have it on me. I got caught lacking, you know.
I've never been
that's
wrong.
Somehow that doesn't surprise me.
Me either.
Except maybe you did and didn't know about it, right? Sometimes that happens. But whatever.
Well, I've never been robbed to my face.
That's good. Technically, I wasn't either. I was asleep.
Probably when the most successful robberies happen.
Guess it was. Still haven't found those guys yet. Wonder if they've already hawked my stuff.
Oh, your stuff's long gone, buddy.
Has been a while. It's not easy things to move, mostly. Doesn't matter. Well, I already know the answer to this question for Koa, but Aldo, have you ever been out in the woods or just off the roads before?
I don't know how many times I'm gonna have to say this, but
You came from a boat from Paradel. You weren't even supposed to be here.
Yeah, I don't mean that part.
you.
I just mean ever in your life. You didn't get born on a boat, fall asleep, and show up
I
and get arrested.
have traveled from place to place, usually by road or boat. I don't make a habit of wandering around in the woods. You know, I know.
I'm sure you can hold your own. I've punched many men in the face who seem like you.
It took two,
How'd that go for
apparently.
So how did that go for them?
Normally not well, depending how drunk I was.
Well, there you go. Answered your own question.
But they at least got their hands up and could put up a fight. I wasn't just gonna beat up a whelp who couldn't do anything. Where's the
Well,
fun
if
in
only
that?
Tony was like you, hey? That'd be fine.
You
So
see
he has to
Dan
clap
walking
for a
down the road
crossbow?
towards you.
Oh, shit.
Well,
So you see Dan walking down the road towards you.
fucking Dan, this guy.
Oh, that's...
No, we should start our investigation with him.
For the bandits?
I wouldn't put it past him. He is a nasty fellow.
Yeah, you said you saw him talking to the tattooed folks. You get anything else off him?
Well, he has some type of deal with the innkeeper. I've seen him extorting him to. That whole operation was just to extort the guy.
Oh wait, that was all true. I thought you were just putting on a show.
Oh, that was 100% true.
Interesting.
Oh.
He walks up as you saying interesting under your breath. He walks up and goes, "Hey, Captain told me I've got to give you this." And he draws from his own waist a short sword. And holds it out for you.
What am I supposed to do with this?
Shrugs.
Swing the pointy end at enemies.
I take it, and I'm going to drop it straight away. Hopefully, maybe landing on Dan's foot.
That's fucked up. You drop it. You drop it. He's like, let's fucking polish that thing.
Oh, sorry. I'll pick it up. Spit on it, and I'll wipe it on my sleeve. That's good as new.
He just rolls his eyes and walks off. He never gave you the sheath or anything.
Dan, right?
He keeps walking.
Normally these come with scabbards.
He says, normally they do. He keeps walking.
Oh, you forgot it. I guess we'll forgive it.
And
I believe he pulled it out of one whenever he handed it to him.
I was insulting him. I guess it wasn't very good.
Oh.
I mean,
Anyway,
short swords with scabbard and everything are like 9 silver pieces each. So I mean, like this it's probably just oiled and everything, well maintained, no scabbard. This is probably 8 silver piece item we were just handed. Well, that's not so bad, right?
I sell that anywhere around here?
Oh God. I suppose if you were here late enough for a shop to open up, you can go and try to hawk it. Yeah.
Okay, sweet.
we're leaving.
Not leaving just yet, right?
Yeah, we are. We actually
Yes,
are.
we gathered here with all of our horses and equipment to leave.
You must gather your party to adventure. And then he walks off to the market, and you're like, no, gather your party to adventure for. Oh, fuck.
No, we're selling your stuff. Fuck off.
You actually
Party
go
member
walk
went
by,
rogue and just sold your shit off.
because like the market's gonna be north of where you are, where they need to go to cross the bridge is south. Do you actually head northward to the market?
I would.
Unless you guys stop him, he's gonna go to north of the market.
Oh
Although
no,
we're
we
going
need
south.
to leave. Yes, come on, no.
I like
can't
petty.
use this.
You can swing
is
the pointy
useless.
end. What are you? You're not gonna. What are you gonna trade it in
give
for
me
a crossbow?
At least give me a chance. Oh, look, that's what I'm after, all right?
Do I have a fucking dagger? Hold on. I think I do. Yes, I have a dagger. Fine, I'll trade you. I hand you the dagger.
I
You can
don't
use a
take it. I
dagger,
say, this
right?
is worth 8 silver.
I'm not keeping it forever, and also you're still technically a prisoner. You just need a weapon, right?
Okay, listen. All right, there's potentially 5 or 6 bandits, right? At least
the 6 is
everyone
dead.
can use a crossbow, right?
No, they can't.
I don't believe that's true. No,
Well, most people can use a crossbow.
highly
No,
doubtful. No,
they can't.
Some people can use a crossbow.
Yes, I would agree.
Apparently, some people can use a crossbow. We're just nodding.
Look, you point, you fire. It's nothing to it.
The trick is reloading. That's how you know if you can use
If
a
you
crossbow.
aren't sure you know how to use a crossbow, I don't really want you behind me firing it while I charge in to fight.
Ko, I think he can use the crossbow.
I think he already owns one back at his inn room that he left 4 days ago.
Well, you told me I didn't have anything, so I was like, all right, well maybe I don't have.
Does the middle-aged lady come running out and throw it at us?
no.
Okay, that's fine.
He
Okay,
had his own
as
room
long
with
as
a
we've
chest, and
cleared
he
that
put
up.
everything inside
He
the
goes,
chest before he went drinking.
oh shit, I've got to pick up my stuff. I have a crossbow. Let's go.
What were you doing for 20 minutes when you were up there?
No, because that wasn't
So we
his
have
room,
this
that
whole
was her
We, like,
discussion.
room.
We're
went
about to
for
go be
another
like,
round.
Oh shit, I own one.
He remembers that the inn that so he stayed in her room last night as opposed to the inn that was bought for you last night. But he had his own inn that he hasn't been in days, and he forgot about because he was too drunk.
Wait,
And
so I
was-
walked in there. He's gone, and it was just his crossbow.
No, it's a different room.
Stuff sitting in there.
Different
Okay.
room that you didn't even know existed. He has a third
Okay.
room, right?
Oh
I
my
think that-
god.
Oh yeah, I've got to get my stuff. Let's go do that first.
Isn't that?
Oh,
Yes, we
hurry,
should
hurry
do that.
please. We're gonna be leaving at noon.
So you guys,
I'll be open by then.
he travels to a much nicer inn, and goes into it, and goes upstairs to a much nicer room with a locked door, and opens up his locked chest, and pulls out his various. And when he comes out, he's like Now he has a nice cloak on. Now he has a crossbow with a quiver and some bolts. He has like a whole bunch of shit that you're like, what the fuck? Like he has a whole bunch more stuff on him than he had before. He's got a proper backpack with a bunch of supplies inside of it.
You might be the most mysterious person I've ever met.
Thank you. I'll take it as a compliment.
And you know how to use this.
Point and shoot.
I can't
Hit
help
me in the back.
it.
I will decapitate you.
Well, let's hope I'm a fast runner.
Yes, let's hope that.
There was a lot of blood on the ground over there. He's killed people before. I wouldn't shoot him. I wouldn't
Only
shoot me
one
either,
this
but that's
week.
just because I'm such a nice guy. We should leave.
Do you keep the sword or try to sell it? Or do you just lock that in the chest?
No, I'm going to try and sell it. If there's anywhere open, I'm trying to sell this sword.
So that instead of going straight south, he veers a slightly different direction, and you guys like, the fuck? As you're like leading the donkey, and you have Wade, your character is like walking with your horse, no problem, and he's got the donkey by the reins. Michaela is like, don't bite me, as the thing is like pulling against him and like being difficult with him. But eventually, you walk into a shop, and they look it over like, oh wow, yeah, this is a fine sword, fine indeed. Yeah, I'd sell this. I'd buy this off you for 6. Oh, this has a mark of the guard on it. I can't buy this.
Oh, you can. I was given it. I own it now.
Oh. They look past you? All right, fine, listen. 2 silver.
3.
Doesn't even have a scabbard.
Come on. It's worth 6. All right. If it had the scabbard, you'd be paying me 8.
Yeah, but if
3
I'm
is nothing.
if I'm caught with it, the discount is for the chance.
Yeah, but that's a hefty discount, buddy. You can't, come on, I'm not even asking half.
Fine. 2 silver and 5 copper.
Done.
They pull out the 2 silver, the 5 copper pieces, hand it over to you.
Thank you.
Yep. They take the sword, look at it, and go, "Ah, it's nicked right here." where you dropped it on a rock earlier.
Yeah.
And you can walk out with it, a little smile on your face, and finally you can head southwards.
Anywhere else you'd like to stop along the way? Don't answer that. We're not stopping anywhere else, or I will beat you out of town.
Can you make the donkey bite? Can you make it bite? I'm just curious. No
Training,
reason.
yes. I mean, I trained Nightstorm for combat, so yes. Relatively easily.
You should.
You want it to bite you now, or you want it to bite him?
Well, I definitely don't want it to bite me. But having a command word where it bites someone could be useful. Especially if it clamps down and keeps them in place. So then when we're walking...
I mean, I can have
come with us.
Nightstorm bite him right now.
Tempting, but let's just go.
Next time, Nightstorm. Pat her on the back.
This whole thing, being desperate to leave, has almost made me forget how bad I don't want to go in the woods.
Oh, the woods will be fine. We have a map.
Just
We have a,
keeps
oh,
walking.
speaking of which, I should, while we're heading out, you think the both of you could fit on the... I guess we'll keep walking.
Yeah, donkey's covered in stuff.
While we're walking, I'm going to take a look at the information that was given to us.
Yeah. So, so first, let me describe as so you're walking down. You obviously, Wade, you figure out the compass. So what you're going to want to do is on your character sheet where it says survival, press the cog next to it and write +2 circumstance against getting lost, or some shorter version, much shorter version of what, like you could do +2 circ, v a lost or avoid, whatever you want to do. That way, when you roll survival, we remember to mentally add that +2 for those kind of details, right? Cool.
Okay.
Unless your character chooses to sell that, but that was like a gift, right? Cool. Moving on. So you are.
Seems useful right now.
What was it? Yeah. So you guys are heading southwards and going to the bridge. So before we describe what's there, as you cross the bridge, one of the things I do want to point out is the bridge itself is fucking beautiful. Like I said, it's very poorly maintained. from the ages past where it was constructed. And so it does need love to be like something that's well traversed with heavy wagons. But for just people crossing over it, it's safe enough, no problem. That all being said, this thing is ancient and beautiful. Very, very, very well designed. And Wade, what we were touching on beforehand with what you rolled, the same marbling, like that same kind of stone with like the metal kind of like woven through it, exists inside of this. You see that same kind of like filigree, if you will, woven through this. Now, Keegan, did I have you roll for this design before with your session 0? I don't think I did.
I don't think so.
If you want to go ahead and roll for me in intelligence, an intelligence check. Sorry.
Okay, straight intelligence. Go. Eventually. That's lagging again. Oh, there. Oh, almost.
There it is, but it's not. There we go.
Oh, there it is.
There we go.
I got nothing for you. Cool. You guys cross over the bridge. You notice the design, and maybe you have a conversation about it. Have you seen it before? Whatever it might be. Just a very well designed bridge. It looks like there, at some point in time there may have been statues as podium or pedestal areas where statues may have been put at one point in time, but they've long since crumbled or have fallen, broken, whatever the case may be, stolen. Who knows? But they're not there any longer. Though you can see the bridge, well designed, etc., etc. You cross over it, you pull out the scrolls, and you can start looking at the details and heading in. Now I can describe this for you, but it is already 12:12. My wife is bringing me cookies and milk now after she brought me coffee, after she brought me dinner.
You are starting to get the Santa beard coming in.
Wow. He said you are starting to get the Santa beard coming in. Wow. Thank you, Brittany. Wow. Apparently I'm the one that just gave birth recently. I'm being spoiled.
It's really fucked up. You keep making her do all this stuff.
I know what? No, that's
Yeah.
not much. No. I've done... And she gave me a Lactaid. I think... Wow. It's already 12:12. So I
Yeah,
could
you have
describe
cookies
these
to eat.
details, but perhaps we should save that for the beginning of next session. As your characters are traveling into the woods and starting to look at the details of hunting down these bandits to see where they are. So, I did realize one final thing that we should do before we end the session, and that is, Jake, as your character is now sober-ish, hungover, and you're walking across the bridge in the pale morning light, taking the occasional swig from your wineskin, maybe hiding it from the other two, or maybe just doing it openly. We forgot to have you describe what your character looks like. Can you go ahead and give us a brief character description so that we know what he looks like before we end the session?
Sure. Aldo is a man. He's a middle-aged man, nearly middle-aged. He's 30-something. Stands about 5'10". Has shoulder-length black hair with strands of silver through it. He is rather well-dressed, however, it is quite worn and probably not the cleanest at the moment. He has a well-manicured mustache, and the most notable thing about him is he has really nice, piercing ice blue eyes.
Now, to have a well-manicured mustache, you have to use, like, oils or like, pomades or whatever it is. But with Aldo, it's unique. It's different. He actually has his own homemade mixture of mucus and vomit that he uses to keep its curl as he likes.
Yes.
So, anyways, I do want to say
I stopped at a nice Inn, okay? All right, I fancied myself up.
I do want to say thank you to everybody for coming by for session 1. I'm really excited about this campaign, seeing where it's going. As a reminder to everybody before we do our outro, there were a lot of points that were coming over from the Daleric channel. I'm going to be applying over here. I didn't have a chance to do that because the baby took a lot of... There's some complications or what have you, and so took a lot of my attention. And then brand new baby. For the next week or two, I'll have the details brought over from Daleric for those points being brought over. And there were also those that supported Keegan over on his channel during the month of July. and I don't believe I brought the points in over here that were
Yeah, I
relevant
sent that to you.
from him over there. So I'm gonna make sure I bring those in as well as a thank you. So you'll see the init over here bumping up as that happens. As for how initiative will be getting spent, we are still finishing our negotiations on our side for what it is that we're going to allow on there. We've discussed as a group to a fairly strong degree, but we haven't fully hammered out the details that we're going to put forward for options for chat. So those will be coming out in the next couple of weeks. But otherwise, there's just little updates here. Really, really looking forward to this campaign. Really looking forward to seeing how things play out, etc., etc. This is a exciting, fun opening. We got almost as far as I was hoping to this session, but so many goofy spots, so many goofy moments, so much laughter. I'm happy stopping earlier than I anticipated. Honestly, 10, 15 more minutes we could have gotten there, so close. So great session, guys.
Yeah.
All right, cool.
Yeah, it was.
Keegan, anything exciting happening going on over on your channel and et cetera, et cetera?
Over on unnatural twitch.tv/unnatural_1s. We play on Tuesdays and also Pathfinder First Edition in a campaign called Into the Storm. Me and some of our friends have been running that campaign for a while. All of the PCs just had solo sessions, so that was fun getting to run those. And next session is when they will be having their reunion. Each of them having varying degrees of success and not success. So I think next session is going to be pretty fun. So if you're a fan, definitely make sure you're around. And if you're curious, it's probably a good time to show up. It'll be a good time. Oh, also it's the same time as this. So whatever this ran in your local time, it's the same time, just on Tuesdays.
Don't forget to join Discord to see the announcements of when that goes live and when this goes live, and posting all the videos and whatnot too. Just makes things easier. And you can follow the World Anvil. You go into World Anvil and click the follow button, and as updates happen there, you'll know that those happen. Or if you're on the Discord, I'll occasionally push notification on the Discord when updates happen. Wade, anything exciting going on, sir? I know you've been very,
Nope.
very, very busy lately, but
I'm leaving town again this weekend. I'll be back. I mean, I'll be fine for next session. I come back Sunday or Monday, but another weekend to travel. Back in town a little bit. I think we have like 2 weeks before we host company, and then we host company, and then we host company, and then we host company, then we leave. Then we come back and host some people, and I think it's Christmas where we're hosting people. So we're pretty busy always.
Sheesh.
But on our podcasts, videos on YouTube, streams, keeping it pretty busy. I saw Alien Romulus. I really enjoyed that. Got me to go back and play. There's a game called Aliens Dark Descent. It's like a video game that came out last year. It's pretty fun. It's like a xenomorph RTS almost. It's kind of like XCOM if XCOM didn't pause between rounds. If it was just continuous.
Damn.
Yeah. So it's
sounds tough,
interesting, but it's challenging so far. I've literally, I think, done the tutorial mission and then like the intro mission, and then I'm already like, am I good enough to play this? It's been fun.
cool.
Sounds about right.
It really does feel like XCOM if the combat was just continuous. That's the best description I've got of it so far.
That sounds really challenging because XCOM is
Yeah,
hard.
it does.
Well,
Yeah.
depends on which XCOM you mean. Old XCOM was way harder than new XCOM.
Well, I'm playing on like the default difficulty, and I mean like you've got limited resources and everything, so like you can't just continuously fight because there's only so many resources to go around, so you have to kind of stealth around while there's like xenomorphs are pouring out. And so far we've only seen like the basic drones, and I'm sure that there's more than that. So if I'm already seeing like I think we had to kill 73 drones in our first mission, and it was like I barely got out of there. I can only imagine where it's going from there.
Good luck.
Yes.
Cool. And Jake, anything exciting happening?
Nah. Very vanilla.
You
Nothing new.
already spent all of your time convincing me to do this, reboot and what have you.
It was very successful.
Yeah.
I don't know if I'm talking to Jake or Aldo at any points now.
Right, it's like, what does he mean by that?
Which personality is it?
I won't lie. I mean, oh boy. Oh boy. Oh boy. I
Good things
realized
to come.
my nephew was going to be watching this session. I just realized my older brother gave my nephew permission to watch this campaign, and so he's 14 now. I want to say he's 14. On about years. I believe
he's
14.
seen worse. He's seen worse.
I mean,
You've seen worse.
Anyways, cool. So, thank you, everybody. I think that's it. Yeah, cool. Who are we gonna rate it? Sorry, I haven't streamed in so long. My brain is not with me. Like, how do I do this?
Yeah, last time you streamed, you only had one kid.
That's true.
Yeah.
I've
That
doubled
was a
the
whole
daddy.
child ago.
Yeah, my little Gwen. I miss her. I haven't seen her in hours at this point. I'm gonna go upstairs. She's gonna be awake. She hasn't cried much. She's cried.
Are we still visible? Yeah, we are.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Let me do the away screen while we're. Anyways.
Oh, bye, everyone.
Anyways. Well, yeah, she hasn't cried much. She's done very, very little crying. She's
That's good.
Yeah. I mean, when they're infants, babies are not easy. I'm not gonna pretend like babies are easy, but when they're infants, there's patterns. You just have to learn their pattern. If you have to go back to work, like if you have to work and whatnot, like it's near impossible because then you have to have them match your pattern. But because Brittany and I are able to take some time off, it makes it so like, okay, cool, we can actually just fit hers and make things easier, right? But yeah, I'm remembering Rory being a baby. I'm like, so much is coming back. I'm like, I forgot these details, you know. But it's like getting PTSD like reawoken, you know. I'm like, oh boy. Like, this time will be easier than last time, but only because my state loves me more. You know, like... Oh.
Yeah. That's nice.
Yeah. Oh, well.
I posted another little blurb of notes. I didn't take as good of notes this time because there's a lot more. I don't know.